Peace. What's going on, everybody? Shout outs to everybody in the building. I want to wish everybody here a happy, happy Thanksgiving. Um, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I literally found out it was Thanksgiving like less than 10 minutes ago. Um, I was uh, I was looking at something. I just been up the whole night. It's daytime here now. Well, it's in the morning here now. And I just been up the whole night. Like I literally been in one spot, literally the whole night, just just working and doing a whole bunch of stuff, you know. And somebody was like, "Oh, Thanksgiving is tomorrow," and I'm like, "Oh shit." And I'm thinking, I'm like, "Oh man, that's back home in the States. It's Thanksgiving right now." So I want to wish everybody here a happy Thanksgiving. Um, yeah, this is kind of sinking in to me that I'm not around family this Thanksgiving. But guess what? I'm around family because I'm with you guys. So happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully you guys are cooking or doing something, for tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Um, I can't feel it here, y'all. I got a lot going on here, but happy Thanksgiving to everybody here, man. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Happy Thanksgiving. Shout outs to Raven in the building. Happy Thanksgiving. You said 2024 on sale now. Yeah, man, it's basically Black Friday. Black Friday has caught up to the I wouldn't even say caught up to the world, but you know how like people always do like a holiday kind of before the actual holiday starts, like in the wintertime, like right after New Year's. No, I wouldn't say right after New Year's. I'll say right after Valentine's Day. It's still cold, but people are like, oh, springtime, spring is coming, and blah blah blah. You know how people are like a couple of weeks before the actual season and stuff. Like same thing with fall. Same thing. People start selling candy at a certain time. They're starting to do that with Black Friday. You know what I'm saying? And to a degree, that I've actually seen it work on the internet because, um, people will be like, oh well, it's after it's after Halloween and it's Friday, Black Friday, and people will shop. Same thing with Cyber Monday. Shout outs to Raj in the building, man. Happy Thanksgiving. Shout outs to everybody here. Happy Thanksgiving, player. Raj in the building. Man, we got a great show for you guys tonight, man. I'm a little bit tired, but we're gonna put in that work tonight, man. We're gonna put in that paint tonight. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. It's very crucial. Y'all, my main channel is down for the next couple of days. I definitely need your help and support on today's show. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't be a Thanksgiving without you guys, but I definitely need your help and support on today's show because, oh Lord, we're gonna get into it, man. We're gonna talk about this game on today's show. We're gonna talk about what's going on in the world and what's going on in the Western world, man. And this is something that I've been talking about for a minute, and you guys are starting to see it rear its head, with a lot of different things, man. You know, I've been saying for the longest time, people kind of been, a lot of my old talking points from yesteryear have been resurfacing. You know what I'm saying? I broke down the whole boss and women being a little bit more submissive to their boss than they are their man. You know what I'm saying? Shit, back in 2019, 2018. I mean, I actually even before, like that's like old school player talk rhetoric, man. But I'm gonna tell you something crazy, man. You know, like I said, in the West, there's a it's a romance lockout, and there's a submission lockout, and it's a luxury to be understood. But you have to understand that everybody's not going to understand you, you know? Or maybe I should say you have to overstand that everybody's not going to understand you. And that can be okay. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get into I think Princella did some type of interview with some other cat, and I want to kind of open this up to you guys because um now you got people, I wouldn't even say that got no business talking about relationships, talking about relationships, but you got people that ain't even red pill, regurgitating all of our, see, like, one of the reasons, y'all, why in the past I complained about it, and y'all are gonna start to see it now with these newer generation of people coming in regurgitating our talking points, is one of the things I would get upset at, and a lot of people, other people in the space will get upset at it, is that you have people regurgitating our talking points, right? And other people copying everything that we do in this space. It's gotten to the point where it's definitely gotten to the point where what's the word I want to look for? People or detractors or people that don't like, the rhetoric, people that don't like the red pill community, or people spewing any type of talking points that seem like it came from the manosphere. What they will do, instead of arguing with somebody that knows how to argue, or not even argue, but argue with somebody that knows what they're talking about and that can debunk them, what they'll do is they'll argue with the knockoff. They'll argue with the bootleg. You know what I'm saying? They'll argue with somebody that's just regurgitating the talking points for the sake of regurgitating talking points, not somebody that actually knows what they're talking about. They'll argue with somebody, they'll argue with a parrot, you know what I'm saying, instead of an eagle. You know what I'm saying? And the audience really couldn't understand it because it's like they don't get it. They just want to see content. And I get that and stuff like that. But I'm gonna give y'all the game. Princella arguing with people that ain't even, and then not even just that. It's not even her. I'm just using her as an example on today's show. But what I'm saying is this. It's like so many other people that don't got shit to do with the red pill. So many other people that would talk shit about black men. So many people that will talk crazy about the black manosphere and some of the brothers in it. They're literally running fake little manosphere panels, right? And what they do was, see, like, back in the day, for people to look like, oh, I've defeated the red pill because I stopped this person's talking points. It would back in the day, it would be hard to find somebody that, you know what I'm saying, that it'll be hard to find somebody that, to do that with. Now it's easy. Now you just got to cut on your computer, and the first person that you see that says anything that's opposing and it sounds like it's red pill rhetoric, then they'll go after them, and it makes it seem like, oh well, this person's talking point is legit, and it you know what I'm saying, and it stands up to the red pill. You know what I'm saying? So really, I want to use Princella on today's show. We're gonna go over that podcast. I haven't seen it, but we're gonna go over that show as a barometer, to basically draw what I'm telling you guys home. How people do this. Hold on, y'all. What is going on YouTube? Hold on, y'all. But also, I want to show y'all something else. Hold on. I want to show y'all something else too. Saw something come out, and I wanted to. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check the chat room. Shout outs to Nicer. Yeah, you guys show some love, y'all. We about to go in on today's show. Definitely about to put in some work. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in and support the show. You can support the show now via Cash App. Like I said, we got demonetized. They done false struck me for a video. They done false struck me for 2 seconds. They false struck my channel for 2 seconds of a clip that I play on the show that I usually play on the show. So they were just trying to find any way to demonetize me, uh, ruin my Thanksgiving, um, ruin Christmas, um, ruin my birthday, ruin New Year's, and ruin lo and behold Valentine's Day. So definitely the love and support is definitely needed on today's show. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me save this. Shout outs to Nicer. Thank you so much. But I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna make sure I look out for everybody here. Give me 1 second, y'all. And this chick that I've been showing y'all has been popping up everywhere. Now, Whole Math came out with a video called Double Alpha, if there is such a thing. I keep telling you guys and giving you guys the game that just because you're alpha does not mean that you're just getting women and you're living life on your terms and women are just flocking to you and all this other stuff, man. I'm telling you guys, a lot of goofy stuff is going on in the game. And I've been telling you guys this for the longest time. I'm the only one damn near telling y'all this, you know. Um, and also too, you know, the you got a lot of good looking pause, good looking guys and decent looking men, you know, because if we're going off of the black pill, you kind of going off of looks. They're real critical on looks. They're more critical on looks than women are, which is creepy, you know. Nicer said, I'm gonna be alone this Thanksgiving too, Kuda. So I'll probably bug you with this music. I will definitely encourage you to bug me with your music, you know. But I rather spend Thanksgiving with y'all. I rather spend Thanksgiving with everybody on my main channel. But as you guys can see, I can't access it and I can't do anything with it for another 2-3 days, you know. So it just ruined my whole. This just ruined my whole, holiday season, you know. So I definitely can use the support and the motivation. Okay. So shout outs to everybody here. All right, let's get into this real quick. But like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on in the game right now. Like, you got a lot of handsome dudes clogging up the a lot of handsome dudes clogging up the drain. You got a lot of you just got a lot of dudes that shouldn't. You got a lot of dudes in certain positions in the dating game which they shouldn't be in. You know, even if women don't always date alphas, even if you know what I'm saying, there's too much women compared to men for some of the goofiness to be going on. But it's a bigger thing that's going on, and we talk about it all the time on Player Talk Radio. But we'll get into it. All right. So give me 1 second, y'all. Let's get into this whole math real quick. See what he's talking about before we get into the meat and potato of today's show. Hit the like button, support the show. Let's go.
I also need someone to handle me. And only an alpha or a double alpha can do that.
You may have heard rumors of the double
Now,
alpha.
this chick is new in the space, and she doesn't believe in a lot of the stuff that we say. As a matter of fact, she's a bit of an undercover feminist. She's a bit of a trad con. Now, I haven't done too much research on her. Only know of her from on here, and being that I found her a couple of weeks ago. But I've seen her on shows where she's already switched and kind of swapped out her talking points. And I get it. You know, the manosphere is the new grift. You know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah. All right, let's get into it. There's no such thing as a double alpha. Some super gargantuan alpha man is not. Stop it. Stop it. Let's go.
How do we identify him? We all know that alpha means good and beta means bad. Life is exactly that simple. We also know that women have been raising their standards, all by themselves. That's why the new standard is now the double alpha.
Women need someone better than them, smarter than them, fitter than them, bigger than them, more inspiring than them, more successful than them.
And that's cap. That's cap. If you ask her why, she probably can't tell you, or she's just gonna regurgitate some shit she heard in the manosphere. Why? That's not true. Women don't need no super alpha man. For what? All right, let's go.
Otherwise, where's the attraction?
The double alpha is like the regular alpha, but double. That means he's 12 feet tall with a 12 pack and he makes 12 figures. You may have
Now, this is actually pretty funny. All right, let's go.
noticed that I'm using this skin and hair tone marker set. They sent me the wrong product, but I have to make an ad anyway. So there it is. Pretty cool. So what do you do if you're a pathetic regular alpha?
I'm asking. Maybe some women don't mind, but I mind. I need to be inspired by the guy. Otherwise,
Then why don't you go to a bodybuilder competition and go get one of them dudes? Because them dudes are having a hard time dating y'all too. Let's go.
I'll eat them for breakfast.
It's 2023 and your options are either be this or get eaten. Buy markers if you like markers.
Yeah, go get you one. Go get you one of those weightlifting. Go get you one of those weightlifting cats. You got dudes out here saying, I thought when I started benching 235 that women were gonna fall from the sky. I don't know about that. All right. Hold on. Commercial, y'all. Hold on. And honestly, I ain't gonna lie. TikTok, a lot of the bullshit that we're gonna be covering too is coming from TikTok, man. This cesspool of new chicks just saying anything, man. People are just saying anything nowadays. All right, let's go.
A relationship truly only works when a woman settles for a man that she considers mid.
That would be, of course, mid women settling for mid men.
I used to talk so much about girls who settled, and now I hope to become one.
She used to reach out of her league, and now she is aging, so she hopes to grab somebody on the way down.
Because
And mind y'all, again, like I said, people are using too much logic to try to pull women. This is just straightforward. You don't even really have to. You don't have to use all of this logic. Like what's going on with her bangs? Speaking of mid, what's going on with her bangs? Her bang is disintegrating. We can still see the forehead. Shout out to everybody in the building. Y'all hit the like button. 6 people in the building. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. You know how it goes. We can still see her forehead.
when a woman does the opposite and falls in real love with someone she's attracted to and who's at her level, it's a disaster.
Here's where she gets confused. Attracted to and at her level are not the same thing unless you're up here. It's a disaster because you're going out of your league and he doesn't really want you.
That's when the power dynamic and balance gets thrown off kilter because the man doesn't hold her on a pedestal.
Yes, we all know that putting her on a pedestal is the best way to get what you want. Women love men who are
Shout outs to Nysa for dropping the link in the Discord. Thank you so much. Let's get it.
below them.
So she never has the upper hand.
Exactly, because this is what you do when you have the upper hand.
And that makes her feel crazy, delulu, out of control.
Yes, Michael Sartain told me yesterday that's called dread. I was on his podcast.
What's going on,
I'm going
Squirrel?
places.
Because what we're supposed to do as women is just like being receptive.
Happy Thanksgiving. Shouts to Spawn in the building. Happy Thanksgiving, man.
So now she's mocking the idea of respecting the man that she chose, which is a pretty good idea as long as he treats you well.
Like, allow him to pursue us and chase us, like, even in a long-term relationship. If you're with a man you're not even really that attracted to, you're gonna do that naturally because you don't give a
So if you're with a guy on your level, he's going to be chasing you all the time because you're not really attracted to him.
do that naturally.
Look how mad
because
she
you don't
is.
give a But if you're in love, you give so many
Yes, if you're in love, then you definitely do give a lot of those.
These couples you know that have made it work and are together in our modern society have followed this formula.
Remember, she's saying nothing wrong. She is spot on about how to solve the problem. It's just from the female perspective.
Nice guy who the woman isn't attracted to and who she never considered being with finally wore her the down until she said, ugh, fine, I guess. Because the attractive ones are putting me into a crazy, anxious cycle. And now that woman is bored and sexually unfulfilled, but she's secure. At least she has that emotional security.
See, their movies, head movies, right? Their movies are made by them, created by them, narrated by them, starring them. Nothing is original. And that's what's kind of messing a lot of them up too.
Most important element for a woman to have to ensure success in a romantic partnership.
If you listen to women, they will tell you everything that I tell you. All these women are only attracted to these men. And so these women have to choose between being used and discarded or being sexually unfulfilled. There's the fun choice and the smart choice, and there's nothing anyone can do about it because there's not enough of these men to go around. This is one of the main points that I'm making. Women here need to stop believing that they are here because these guys are not going to marry you. They're going to put you here, and then you're going to be sad. And when you come to these guys later in life, they're going to say, well, where the hell have you been for the last 20 years? And then everyone's sad. Again, this woman has the right idea. The only thing she said wrong was that these guys were on her level. Your level is the guys who will put you on the pedestal.
Okay. Hold on. Now, one thing, like I said, I've been saying for years, y'all hit the like button on the way in, support the show. Support the show. And one thing I've been saying for years, and I'm going to go deeper into it because, like I said, I know where it came from. I know where I got it from. And I know where other people got it from. It ain't even where I got it from. I've been saying this for years. And it's just common sense. Didn't get it from nowhere. It's just common sense. A lot of women treat their employer, their boss, better than their man. The original and this is where you will start to see the beginning of this submission luxury lockout, okay, in the West. Because it's all backwards. Feminism has a lot of people's head jacked up. And what I mean by it has a lot of people's head jacked up, what I mean by that is, a lot of women, especially in the West, um they work, they work. And a lot of them have to work, if they don't have a man or whatever. And they actually kind of resent that. But a lot of them are working because they wanted to work, or the women before them at least wanted them to work. You know, one thing you'll never hear them say is that the women before us kind of fucked it up for us, because the world and how the economy is going right now, they're going to have to permanently stay in the workforce. Somebody going to have to work. Now, men, we always have to work. There's always going to be a job there for us. But things are getting better because how we progress society, you know, we don't necessarily have to do as not individually wise have to do a lot of labor intensive work, even though we can and will, right? But this is the industrial age. This is past the industrial age where we got machines doing the labor and certain things like that, and you're just manning the machines. So feminism, because in times of war there is no damn feminism. You know what I'm saying? When we're like, okay, well, why don't y'all pick up the gun? Why don't y'all go fight some wars? Y'all get your head taken off y'all shoulders too. Why don't y'all go do it? They revert back to whatever they're gonna revert back to at that point. You know what I'm saying? Do you have women that's in the military? Of course you do. But come on now. Come on now. Give it a Honda. Okay? Now, shout out to Spawn. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, man. Thank you, nicer. So feminism got women's heads so backwards because women will sit there and tell you this how you, and let me tell y'all this how you get them in arguments about the foolery that people are talking about on the internet. um they will tell you that they want equality, which I believe in equality, but I don't believe equal means identical. So they will tell you that, oh, we want equality, oh, we want this, that, and the third, we want to make as much money as a man, but she doesn't do the same job as a man, right? But she just wants to say it. And if you say it long enough, it might happen. But it's not going to happen because you don't do exactly what a man does. And at the same time, you don't go for the same job that a man does. And what doesn't work out about equality is that you still, as a woman, no matter how much you make, want a man to make more than you. Think about this. If every single woman makes 200K a year, she will want her man to make 3 or 250. They'll settle at 250 or 230, but she will want that man to make 3. So it still doesn't even fits into her delusion. You know what I'm saying? Still doesn't fit into her delusion, but she wants it. Not because she worked for it, but because she wants it. So no matter, so even women are telling you that they fully don't embrace or believe in equality. Because no matter how much she makes, she wants a man to make more than her. And in a lot of cases, be better than her. Rest in peace, Patrice O'Neal. So it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And then now everybody wants to go back to being a housewife and not being in the workplace. But when the nuclear family was around, the original submission lockout was if you say something to your lady, someone that's supposed to take care of her when she gets sick, someone that's supposed to protect and provide and do all of these things, right? Because that's what you are in their head in a lot of cases, a big ass wallet, a big ass wallet. Well, kind of doesn't work when she respects her employer more than you. You know, she would say it's different. You know, even if it's even if you ask her to do something that's a direct command. You know, like it's 2 a.m. in the morning, nothing's open. Hey, can you make me a sandwich? It's a problem. But let her employer say, hey, come into work right now. We need you. Let her employer say, hey, go make me a sandwich. First of all, she's gonna get up, put on her clothes, get in that car, and get her ass to work. She gonna get up and she gonna go make him a sandwich. The employer, you know, her boss. You know what I'm saying? So the original argument really wasn't about women working. After a while, it was more so about her losing respect for her man that she's with. Because a lot of times they feel that they shouldn't have to work. And a lot of times when you can't afford all of the stuff that they see on TV because she's safe at home, or so you think she is, you know, and the idle mind is the devil's playground. When she was at home with the think box that programmed her to say, hey, look, this is the brand new Birkin bag, and this is this, that, and the third, you know. And every once in a while, you'll have like a salesman that will come to the door and, you know, sell. You know, back in the day, people would go door to door, you know. I mean, it's still effective today, depending on what you're selling. It's still effective today, but you don't see it's not as prevalent. You know, you don't see it as much. But going door to door and word of mouth, always going to be effective. You know, it's a visceral thing. You know, people revert back to you know, to the older, you know, to the older ways. You know, so he'll go door to door and you know, and upsell men and women, but usually that woman. And when you come home and you see where the money is being relegated and where the money went and what she spent the money on, you might be flat out mad or upset. And if you were to tell her to return it, she's going to be flat out mad and upset. And sadly, no matter what you do and how you provide for her, she will resent you if you can't afford some of the things that she would like. Hence why men will say, okay, I see that you want this, I see that you want that. It's going to take me a minute to you know, to afford it because that's not in our budget right now. But, you know, you have a lot of extra time at home. You could pick up an extra shift and you can purchase it, or you know that will help you get some of the things that you may want or some of the things that you may need, you know, or that you feel that you want. You know, the guy's not as messed up to say, hey, you know, you're never gonna get that in your life, or this is never gonna be an option for you. You know, thinking, and that could be the beginning of the downfall. You know, but anyway, it goes back to, you know, what we've been talking about, well, what I've been talking about for years. A lot of times the wife does respect the husband, not the husband, but the boss, more than she does the husband, because in a lot of cases, in America, people are taught to respect you know, you know, money more than love. And it's the dumbest thing to respect, for real, for real. Obviously, everybody, you know, can use some money, but money is just paper. We might not even be using money in a couple of years. You get my drift? Uh, Inflation, uh, all kinds of different things that'll make money not seem like it's money. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Degenerate Sherigan in the building. What's going on, man? Happy Thanksgiving to Degenerate in the building. Shouts to Degenerate Sherigan in the building. Shouts to Raven. Raven said they just want to be lazy and expect it all because of their big old booty. Yeah, they don't really have nothing really going on. Man, let me tell y'all something. I ain't gonna lie. I said my OnlyFans. My Twitter has gotten polluted by porn. I can't even show y'all any examples on my damn Twitter. I'm gonna have to just make a new Twitter. It's gotten polluted by porn. I didn't know Twitter was like that. I said, shit. This is a horrible this is bad. Like I almost feel bad talking, I almost feel not even bad, but I'm like, damn, you know. I mean, I knew a lot of women went to OnlyFans and started doing online content and stuff like that. I get it, but I didn't know it's like the new mixtape. Almost every woman does it, especially on Twitter. Twitter just kind of reaffirmed that almost every woman is online giving you a peep show. And thank God to the good, beautiful ones that aren't, you know. And the funny thing is that they all try to carry themselves or they all believe that they're in the industry. And it's like, no, you're not in the industry. You're just showcasing, I don't know, there's nothing wrong with being a hypersexual individual. I get it. But these women are forever in heat. And honestly, that shit gets old, you know. And we've talked about this a lot of times. Like, I'm talking about cycling between men, women, and toys and themselves. Cycling between men, women, and toys and themselves. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. 44 minutes into the show. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Taking time out of my day to give y'all this game. All right, let's get into this Prince Seller thing. So we kind of prepped what I wanted to talk about today. Now I saw a little bit because I didn't know which show to go after, which show to go for. And I think I saw the B Taylor chick while she was talking on air. This is just funny as hell. Her rubbing Princella's shoulder. Like, oh man, I just got to show y'all on the internet that I'm giving this lady a massage. And it's like, yo, y'all are doing too much, man. Y'all are doing too much. Even in the West, it's taboo. You know, you know. I see it. I see it here. Like I'm telling y'all, I guess take a little bit of time out of y'all day, if anything, on YouTube. Just just kind of just figure out how to find uh content from Colombia and some of these other places like Southeast Asia, the Philippines, uh, Bali, uh, you know, um, Vietnam and all these other places, and start looking at how those women just do things righteously. It wasn't coerced. It wasn't like it's to the point watching like American women submit. I hate to say it like that. It's trash for the most part. You know, it's really turned into a connection thing. And what I mean by a connection thing, I mean that's something you and her. You know what I'm saying? That's the only time I'm gonna tell you some real shit. The only time you gonna get real true submission in the West is if you and that woman have a history and you guys genuinely really like each other, and it'll show. Anything else is LARPing. Yes, I said LARP. Anything else, y'all, is LARPing. It's live action role playing. When this woman was rubbing, let me see if I can find the video real quick, so I can show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, my algorithm is fucked over on Twitter. Because once I went down the rabbit hole, it got crazy. Okay. Um, let me see. It's like people. I don't know. Like once you, what I'm trying to say is once you see real true submission, not even submission. Once you see real true cooperation, it's like putting the toothpaste back in the tube, man. It's like people can't sell you the same bullshit that they're selling to even the person that they're with. They can't sell you that bullshit. Now, I guess she was recording this on her own. Hold on, y'all. While he was actually interviewing her, because I guess she was on a bigger panel. While I'm pulling this up, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Support the show, y'all. Support the show. Look at this. Look at this, y'all. I wonder what's going to be the future for women if that's how they're polluting their social media. Maybe me doing a little bit of YouTube ain't bad after all. Shit. So now look at this, y'all. Look at this and tell me. And this is not me hating, y'all. I assure you, I'm not hating. Tell me this shit don't look fake. Look at this, and it looked like it actually hurt. Like, what are you trying to squeeze a pressure point? Like, spread your arm, spread your arm out a little bit when you're doing massage. Trust me, I'm in the land of the massages. I've been seeing all kinds of massages. Okay, your arm should be a little bit more wider and kind of be a little bit towards her shoulder. That's where the tenseness is, not in them little crevices and stuff like that, man. But look at this fake ass massage. Look at this.
Tuesday night, 11:37 Central Standard Time. It is because you just got finished
That's all
watching,
fingers, no
you
palm.
know, a fight.
Not even hitting the deltoids.
You just got finished watching a showdown, right? And you know, the champ is here. Real life street stars, right? Make sure y'all check out our interview that we did. It's gonna premiere at 12 p.m. tomorrow, Central Standard Time.
And she feel like a real, and she feel like a real man. Look at her, little Nike hat, like Tiger Woods. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I got a little deep voice now because I got a little woman behind me, rubbing my little shoulders and shit. Let's go.
Make sure y'all check that out. Real life. I just got finished doing I just got finished
That shit
doing
like it hurt.
interview
Like,
at this
spread that out a
podcast,
little bit.
No Stingy Energy, and they brought some religious cat up there. They brought this religious cat up there to try to challenge me, and it was a bloodbath. I told them they need to change they thumbnail to the crime scene tape. They need to change it to the crime scene tape, because when I tell you, when the religious world get a hold of this, when the preachers get a hold of this, and the congregation get a hold of this, man, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good.
Fucking massage like it hurt. It's hurting me watching this shit.
yo, man, why they make me do old boy like this? Why they made me do him like that? Listen, anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of natural law. That's the court that I go to, right? Natural law. And yo, when I was originally supposed to be talking to somebody else, right? We had the show planned for a whole nother person. It was just supposed to be done differently. And today they send me all the stuff, the video, the thumbnail, and everything. And I'm like, I'm like, who is this? This ain't the same person they said that I was supposed to talk to. I didn't even recognize
Right,
him.
Raven.
Right. So that put me on the spot to adapt to the situation and make sure that I had myself armed. Right. I didn't even know what angle. I never really heard this guy. I did a quick IG scrub and realized the dude was on some religious stuff. Couldn't even pull up a video without him talking about God. Not a single video. God. Okay, all right. I know where you at. He was not ready. He was not ready. He did not.
And that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna mix God with the red pill. That's one thing I can say I respect the Matrix about. They never brought God into the situation. But all right, let's get into it. Let's go, y'all. Those said married women want to be single and single women want to be married. I don't think that's super true. I know a lot of married women that do want to be single, but the single women want to be married. I don't know about that, but let's go. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God. What's going on, player? Happy Thanksgiving. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. Got a great show for you guys today. Let me know y'all messing with the content, with your support. Oh my God. He said she got pubes in the throat. That's crazy as hell. What's going on, Antisocial Socialite Podcast? Happy Thanksgiving. How are you? Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. 53 minutes into the show. Y'all know we about to go. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. If I wasn't demonetized, I wish I could tell everybody else, but make sure you guys spread the word for me. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Okay, let's get into the show. This is gonna be interesting. Okay, so we in it for the long run. Okay, we in it for the long run. Yes. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful evening. All right, let's get it. Yeah, and that massage look like it hurts. That shit look like it hurts. She using her fingers and shit like that. That massage is mid. It's pretty mid.
What's going on? What's going on, people? Let us know where y'all coming in from. City and state. Byron, you muted, man. You muted.
I'm muted.
What's up, man?
I was over here.
How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic. When that big Mo come on, man, you just really get that vibe.
Okay, I was about to say that sound like I was just about to say that sounded like Little Mo. I mean Big Mo. I literally was saying that in my head. I was like, that sounds like Mo, yo. I know his voice from anywhere. All right, let's get it.
Everybody don't know about that Big Mo, man. I'm just saying, man. Listen, right. I'm excited, man, because I think this is going to be a phenomenal conversation. We talked about today, right, about the state of relationship today, right? And we've talked previously about, some new form of relationship is going to need to be formed. My opinion, in order for us
to some form of relationship got to be formed.
I think relationship going to be different in the future, bro. I think the way we doing it clearly ain't working. We got to figure out a bigger and better way to be able to pull it off, or maybe the people need to just harken back to what has worked traditionally. I don't know, but I'm interested to hear, this discussion, from two greats that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, that I respect intellectually. So I think it's just gonna be a dope vibe, to hear Princella speak from her perspective and hear Corey speak from his. What are you excited about today? Oh,
I'm excited to hear two different perspectives, man. Hear what they got to say, especially Priscilla, man. She's very knowledgeable, know what she's talking about. I'm ready to hear what she got to say. And then Corey from the other side, Mary, got a different
Let me go on mute,
perspective. You know,
y'all.
Priscilla herself was married before, now she's single. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really excited to hear the different sides.
yeah, I think it's going to be pretty dope. So listen, my name is Byron, real estate investor out of Houston, Texas, primarily focused on the wholesale space, do a little bit of creative finance, fix and flip, new construction, new to the build to rent space. Definitely excited about that. Proud member of the Accelerator program where we help investors move further, faster. And that's me, you know, and typically, you know, we love to talk business, right? But we also have to add in that relationship piece as well, because business and relationship, if you don't have the both, sometimes you're going to struggle. And I think we, you know, just as we building up ourselves from a business perspective, we also need to be working on building up ourselves on that relationship side and our personal side as well, you know. Oh, go ahead. You want to introduce yourself?
What's up, y'all? Neil Parker, real estate investor, entrepreneur, do all things real estate, specialize in rentals, love passive income, love rentals, proud owner of Leverage the Wealth, teaching people how to leverage where they are currently in their life to get wealthy in real estate. That's me. And right now we got 40% off all programs that we have. Make sure y'all check that out.
Yes, indeed.
But man, shout out to all the people, man. We got people from all over, man. I seen Baton Rouge in the building, we got Chicago, we got Cali, Michigan. Let's see what else we got. New York, Tennessee, and y'all coming in from all over. Atlanta, DC. We got Shreveport, San Francisco, Dallas, man. Okay. Triple D, DMV, Chicago, Atlanta, H-Town, man. Shout out to y'all, man. We appreciate y'all being here with us.
Yes, indeed. Well, listen, man, I ain't gonna waste a whole bunch of time, man. We know what the people are here to see. I'm ready to get to this conversation, man. My first guest I want to invite up, man. I actually, you know, I really, really appreciate Priscilla. I love her spirit. She's always thirsting for new knowledge, always willing to share her knowledge as well. And so regardless of people disagree with her perspective, a lot of her perspective is rooted in some type of science and some type of facts. And she is always willing to break down that from that particular space. So I want to just give a shout out. The author of 41 Shades of Men in the building. What's going on, Priscilla?
Oh, everything is everything. You know, I've just been on the move lately, doing some big things. What about y'all?
Hey, same here.
Hey, we've been hanging out, working, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Building houses and all that.
I see you got some folks in the building.
Yeah, my people love me. Where I go, they go.
I love it. I love it.
I like that, man. I love that. We got go ahead.
Before we get to that, I know, Priscilla, you got a book signing coming up too, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna be at Katie Mills Mall on
okay.
Black Friday.
Okay. I know what it is.
Yeah. Come and check your girl out.
Yeah.
Everybody in Houston need to go check it out, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Katie Mills type of situation. I could dig it.
Next we got our next guest coming up, our brother Corey, man. Serial entrepreneur, owns multiple tax businesses across the United States. He also is an educator. He got an ebook teaching you how you can make over 100K in your first season of doing taxes. Welcome to the stage, Corey, man. What's going on?
Man, what's up with it, man? How you doing? What's up?
Well, good, man. How you feeling, bro?
Man, listen, it's a beautiful Tuesday, man. Taco Tuesday, man. I'm over here chilling. I get to get on live with the Queen Maker, O'Neal and Byron, man. What you mean, man? It's up.
Love it.
So, man, I just want to get straight to it. So, what's your thoughts about the title of this room that we have? I mean, the show we got. The single people want to be married, and the married people want to be single. Have y'all ever heard that from people that's married or single? What's your thoughts about that?
Well, to me,
let's go with the lady first.
To me, it's real simple, right? Society sells you a fantasy and a dream or a package that you ain't experienced yet. So it makes sense why people want to be married, because they don't have no experience, right? And they're buying into a fairy tale. But once you try it, once you buy it, and you realize you don't like it, then guess what? You don't want to be in it no more.
All right, see, now that's cap. That's cap. That's cap. And let me tell y'all something about what's going on with society nowadays. Society is not necessarily selling the idea of marriage. They're selling you the idea of a long-term relationship. And nothing has changed with the idea of a long-term relationship. Now, what do I mean by nothing has changed with the idea of a long-term relationship? I'll tell you what I mean. They've always sold y'all, they've always sold the idea of a LTR, of a long-term relationship, right? But, you know, they've always sold the idea of a long-term relationship. But the thing is it's always been the same. The idea, especially when you're single, of getting in a relationship is it doesn't hold up to the actual reality when you actually get into that relationship. So it doesn't necessarily take people to get married to realize that they don't want to be in a relationship with certain people. It usually takes them engaging in a long-term relationship. Okay. Um, a lot of people by that time when they get married, they just think something's gonna be different. When it's like, no, it's just a celebration. It's a ceremony. We're in debt now, so we're gonna fight over, finances and stuff. And a lot of times that's why marriages end. Okay, or somebody cheats or something like that. But society is always gonna sell you the idea, especially when you're single, of actually being in a a functional long-term relationship. But the reality in how it really turns out is but that, especially the functional part. Okay, so that's the thing. All right, let's get it.
So it makes more sense for a person to experience something and say they don't want it versus putting all the weight on people wanting something that they're being sold that they have not tried yet.
What you think about that, Corey?
What's your thoughts, Corey?
I mean, I got a difference of opinion. Obviously, man. I think the reason people are not getting married is because of what they're being sold. I think social media and the current culture we're living is not something that celebrates monogamy. It doesn't celebrate commitment. It's all me, my, I can do bad by myself. Let me get to the bag. Let me get to the money. It's hot girl summer, city boy. I mean, it's just the culture that we live in. It doesn't.
And that's something else I wanted to point out. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's talking about being in a relationship because of the wintertime. Yeah, marriage trial packages. That's funny as hell. Yeah, now everybody is talking about relationships because it's getting close to the wintertime and the holidays. Nobody has a problem when it's hot girl summer or it's in the summertime or it's hot as hell outside. All right, it's cold, so people want to be snuggled up next to each other. All right, let's get it.
Force people to look at marriage as it relates to purpose. And of course, you guys know, man, I don't hide it. My faith says that one can flee 1,000 and two 10,000. There's exponential growth and ability and skill when you get two people together. But we're living in a culture where, because of social media, man, it's hard for people to commit, because they're putting it out there. You can jump on social media, and see 1,000 fine women in 10 seconds, and the same thing for fine men. Back in the day when marriage was really.
And let me tell y'all something else about marriage that nobody talks about that's always been on the table. Sadly, and even in lesbian relationships, women do know, especially the feminine one, that when they take that step, that there's something in place that should, in case they get into an argument, or should, in case something doesn't go their way, or should, in case they just, for whatever reason, feel that they're entitled to something, or they want something, or they're just mad at you or for whatever, She knows that something is in place where she can harm you or alter your life in a negative way because she felt sad that day or mad that day about something. All right. So let's get it.
Successful and thriving, you were limited to geographical location. And so you were forced to be more committed and to appreciate what you had. Social media and the culture that we live in right now, it doesn't promote marriage. It doesn't promote monogamy. And I think that's why it's people are struggling to get married and stay married.
What's your thoughts on that, Princella? Pretty sure.
Well, he made it real clear, forcing people, right? I don't deal in force. See, people who want to push ideas like marriage, they're going anti-nature and they depend on people being forced to do something that doesn't go along with their nature. So people who can't, quote unquote, stay married or get married, which was not the original question, but let's just go ahead and speak on this particular part. You depend on people not being free to make free choices. So in order for you to uphold an artificial system or structure like marriage, you have to force people to be in a situation that does not give them options. I don't rock and roll with that because at the end of the day, once a person has an option and
Now, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I don't know. I have no idea what she's talking about. But this goes back into the narrative that she's been running with the whole time, even though usually when people get within a relationship, like how she's quote unquote in right now, people soften up their position a little bit because now they're kind of getting what they want. But I guess she's talking about a type of marriage, but she's gonna try to equate marriage to some form of slavery. I find it funny that marriage is slavery when a man wants it, but it's not slavery when two lesbians get together. Isn't it ironic? Let's get it.
you experience freedom, no free person ever wants to experience slavery again. Marriage is slavery for women, so it makes more sense why women don't want to be married.
What I tell y'all?
And it also makes more sense.
What I tell y'all? Ain't I good? God damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm good. I just knew the word slavery was coming right after it. People are so unoriginal, y'all. Didn't I tell y'all? Damn, ain't I good? All right, y'all. Y'all support the show. I'm giving y'all the game. Let's get it.
It's because since the weight is on the woman,
Hit the like button.
hey, yeah, you can do bad by yourself, because if you're riding a bike uphill and you have a person on the back of that bike that ain't helping you pedal uphill, kicking that person off the bike will make it so much easier for you to travel uphill by yourself.
Whew.
Oh, I got a question. Hold on. Is my audio clear? Is it good or still low?
It's just a little scratchy, but it's good.
Well, I'm gonna fix it after this. So you said marriage for women is slavery. What do you mean by you're on mute, Princella? You're on mute. And then after you break that down, why you feel
Right, I've been saying that. You said toxic lesbian. I've been saying that. This is the thing. This is the thing, y'all. These cats don't know how to handle that conversation. See, me, I seen it coming from a mile away. Okay, you're gonna say this is slavery and blah blah blah. They're not gonna ask her the right questions. They still new to the arena. Oh man. All right, let's get it, y'all. Happy Thanksgiving.
marriage is slavery for women? I want to hear Corey's response on that.
Well, women are told that they have to.
Your mic is muted.
You're on mute.
Oh, there we go.
Who keeps muting me? Okay. All right. So it's real simple because all of the domestic duties that women are conditioned to carry by themselves, because men are not expected to do these things that they want women to do. There are people who get paid for those things. There are people who get paid to do laundry. There are people who get paid to cook every day. There are people who get paid to do every single thing.
And this is like the dumbest argument that anybody can ever make, y'all. And they just let this slide. This is the dumbest argument everybody can ever make. This is like somebody telling you to pay them to wash their ass. Yeah, people get paid to wash their ass. So unless, and this is the thing about y'all and this Princella chick. I'm gonna tell y'all that a lot of people think just because somebody's speaking slow and quote unquote methodical that they're like mystical and stuff like that. Man, she just take Maya Angelou's speech pattern and regurgitated it, and everybody like, oh my God, profound, significant. She's saying something no, she's just saying something dumb slower. The demon speaker. The dumbest argument ever. All right, y'all. Guess I'm gonna spend my Thanksgiving listening to this shit. It's good.
That you want a woman to do for you. All right. I can do it for myself, but you want me to do it for you. And you want me to do it under the guise that I'm married.
And this is the stupid shit that we have to go through. This is the dumbest shit that we have to go through. Again, it goes back to the title of the show: Submission, Luxury, Lockout. Men made it so that women don't have to be there no more. You don't even feel the same love these days when they are there, right? And let me get y'all the game too. Right, that's what I'm saying. Nicer says so. Guys can afford a maid. Guys that can afford a maid don't need a wife. That's that need a wife that feels she's above taking care of the home, right, and taking care of her man. Now look at this. Welcome back, Antisocial. Now look at this, because this is the dumbest shit, and nobody's gonna bring this up. Why is it that if we have a house, right, and the floor is dirty, hopefully she grabs a broom and sweeps the floor, right? Because the floor is dirty, right? But no, she comes from the mindset that she's doing you a favor because you're present in the house. And I'm going to tell y'all the truth, especially with a lot of people today. If it's just her in the house, she probably still wouldn't sweep that floor until she had to, or she had company or somebody coming over. Why is it that the same things that you would have done or should be doing, whether a man's there or not, just because a man's there, you think that you're doing him a favor by sweeping the floor? So the floor is dirty, and just because a man's present in the house, now all of a sudden your feelings is in slavery mode because you got to sweep a floor that you probably helped dirtied up in that same house. Like at this point, just tell everybody, yeah, you need to pay me to wash my ass. When I take a shower, I need to get paid. Let's get it.
You want me to accept a title and a cheap ring to do it, and you want me to do it with a smile on my face. That's slavery. That's really legalized slavery, because if somebody asked you to do that, you would ask where your money is, right? Y'all ain't going to work for nobody without expecting to get paid. But you want women to do it under the guise.
And this goes back to what I told you guys earlier. What did I tell you guys with the whole situation about the boss and the man at home? She's literally personifying everything that I told y'all a lot earlier. How they respect the boss more than they respect their own man. And that's crazy because, well, I'm not even going to say she's not going to have a baby by the boss because we all know, we kind of know what some of y'all be doing at work. But this is somebody that's running. This is somebody that she's giving her body to. This is somebody that she has a kid with. This is somebody she doesn't even think that she's already being paid, meaning that she has a roof over her head. Because a lot of those slaves didn't have a roof over their head. She got food in her stomach. Because a lot of those slaves didn't have food in their stomach. She's protected and provided for. At least she ain't in her car, or she ain't somewhere in these streets where she can get into a car accident or somebody can shoot her or do something to her. Kind of makes seems like sweeping your floor sound like a great idea, right? Wouldn't you rather be sweeping the floor at home, waiting with a nice warm in a warm house with central air, central heat, Thanksgiving cooked meal? Wouldn't you rather be doing that? Nope, you rather be in traffic, potentially about to do whatever, I guess. Let's go.
Of a title.
Or at someone's job. All right, anyway.
Which does not benefit her, but only sucks the life out of her. Nobody wants to do that. I know I don't.
Woo!
Wow. Corey, what's your thoughts about that?
Man, I gotta be honest, man. That was probably the most beautiful articulated foolishness I've ever heard in my life. Because marriage is not slavery. So let me say it again. I want to respectfully say that was the most beautifully articulated foolishness I ever heard in my life. Because, number one, let's go to the first thing she said. Why is the woman carrying a man in the first place? So why would she be in the driver's seat and he?
And let me tell y'all something too. Because a lot of women don't go through half the shit that they put men through. If a man says, hey, you know what? Okay. Since I got a whole big grayback woman in my house that really don't want to contribute to doing anything, much less wash her ass, I'm gonna hire a maid, and the maid is gonna be on my terms. You know where I'm going with this, right, y'all? See if she don't get jealous if you hire a hot maid, because you can and you got the money and that's what you want to clean the house. And since the maid is already doing what you want her to do, she can dress in lingerie or a skimpy outfit. See if you don't put her in that position, she ain't gonna get mad. Let's get it.
Be away. Marriage is about partnership. And so it's not about slavery. It's not about you being subservient, right? It's not about maybe I don't know what your experience was in your marriage or what other people's experience are, but marriage is about partnership. It's about us, picking up the weight together. And then the second thing is, I don't think we're living in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s where men weren't domesticated. Now, here's the reality. I wash clothes. I pick up the kids. I cook. There's a partnership. It's not I provide the money and you do everything domesticated. It's we're in this together. And so, of course, if you have this perspective that this is what marriage is, I can honestly see why you would have this negative thought process as it relates to marriage.
But what part of how a man describes marriage is not appealing to the women of today? It's not appealing. It's not appealing. It's not appealing. If it don't sound fun, if it's not you just tricking off on her or something, it's not appealing to them. It's not appealing. All right, let's get it.
But I've often said, man, oftentimes we create these perspectives from a place of past trauma.
Shout out to my brother Spawn dropping the huge $2 on the super chat. Thank you, broski, for showing love to the show. Make sure you guys follow suit. Support Player Talk Radio. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I might have to come back a little bit later. I gotta take a nap. I ain't gonna lie, I've been up all night. But before I go to sleep, I wanted to make sure I give you guys a show. But I should be up to do another Thanksgiving stream for you guys. Unfortunately, my channel has been demonetized, and definitely your support is needed for the health of today's show. Usually we'll have a lot more people here, but the majority of people don't even know that I'm live, which is messed up. So I'm still going to give you guys a show. It's Player Talk Radio. Make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show. Integrity is still being the same person even when no one's looking, y'all. Player Talk. Let's get it.
Past experiences. Every man is not your man. And I'm not talking about you.
Definitely not going to alter the quality of the show. Let's get it.
Because I've never met you.
But getting back up to speed, right? Getting back up to speed, y'all. A lot of what guys describe as marriage today, I'm going to tell you the truth. It does not sound fun. And it does not look like what people see on the TV. You know, if you sit around all day watching Bad Girls Club and if you sit around all day watching Bad Girls Club and I Love New York and all them other shows and stuff like that, and watching Stevie J and Jocelyn and all these other rich people, you know, today's women think, hey, look, we should get a maid. Remember when I was telling you guys that if a maid comes into the equation, I'm gonna really look at the girl because I'm like, this is kind of, you know, she's kind of taking what your duties, you know. And then it doesn't even this is how oblivious women are and what they want out of the marriage. I don't even know what they believe is marriage nowadays, other than a dude kind of being a tack dog in an ATM and somebody to kind of simp when she wants him to and match her with everything, right? Yeah, they want to rip and run the streets. I still, if one of you guys can explain to me what are they ripping and running with, but I kind of get it, but okay. But we're just gonna go with rip and run the streets, y'all. I'm gonna just say it like this, y'all. You know, it doesn't even cross modern women's mind like, damn, if we hire a maid and there's another woman here doing, you know, and I'm not pregnant or in like no significant danger. I'm able-bodied. I can get up and do things too. But if we hire a maid, they don't even think that their man might lose a bit of attraction for them. You know what I'm saying? They might not even think that their man might lose a bit of attraction for them. And literally that happens. Literally that happens. This is why a lot of dudes back in the day used to cheat with the mistress. Not the mistress, but the maid. You get swapped out, replaced. You did? So shout out to everybody here. Hit the like button. Shout out to Spawn for dropping a huge $2 on the Cash App. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Man, but every man is not the man that some women talk.
And then this is the thing, though. We got to move the conversation. These guys ain't going to do it. So this is a soft target for Princella, because she can just be on level 3 the whole time while these cats are maxing out. We just got to move on in the conversation. We got to move the conversation, you know, because what's the point of trying to negotiate with somebody that's not going to do it anyway? And it's not them doing it too, you know. It's like out of resentment if they do. So it's like, don't even do it if you're gonna have that attitude. We would rather come from the heart. We would rather come from love. But this goes to show that a lot of women probably don't even do it for themselves. I've been hearing reports of older women, Gen X women, having to teach these girls nowadays how to properly wash themselves. Kevin Samuels had to teach dudes how to properly wash themselves. But I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit different with these girls. Like, there's a whole thread going on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and stuff like that with women talking about how their coochie stank. I'm being dead serious. Like, they're talking about it like because women are having hygienic problems. And when you think about it, it's kind of, like, really? Like, is it a surprise for real? Like, broads be smoking like a chimney. They drink like sailors. Like, a lot of these girls smell like your uncle with a dab of Victoria's Secret fragrance or lotion. Some smell like a straight up ashtray. You know what I'm saying? You go to some of these strip clubs and the girl's in there twerking and stuff and popping it on the table, and you get a twang of her twerk wind, like her twerk. All right, let's get back to
about, because we have a tendency to highlight the negative, but there's some men, and I think there's a few men on this podcast with us right now. I know O'Neill's married, Byron's on his way. We help, we assist. It's a team. Teamwork makes the dream work. It's not just a one-person show. So I disagree with that 1,000%.
Man, Byron, what you talk about this, brother?
Listen, I want to hear what Princella got to say. I mean, what's your thoughts on that, Princella?
Yeah. So, what a person's opinion? Oh, he
might keep getting muted. Okay, that is working now.
Yeah. A person's opinion is irrelevant to me. Men typically do something like that called gaslighting, right? And a little passive aggressiveness there, which is typical that I would expect from a man to.
And this is the dumbest shit ever, because men are not forcing women to get married to them. Men control marriage. We don't control the actual marriage. But what I mean by we control marriage is we control when marriage happens. First of all, you got to be worthy to. Never mind that.
Dismiss a woman's perspective in the situation, but let's go with the facts. 54% of divorced women never want to remarry. That's the majority. 70% of divorces are filed by women. That number increases to 90% when the woman is college educated. These are the facts. 97% increase in divorce, in the risk of divorce, when men don't help with the housework. So what you say,
right, Raven,
and can reject based on your opinion goes against the religious role that women are expected to play. Women are expected to carry the loads, and they typically do. And then when she's tired, you act like she shouldn't be tired. Now, you can disagree with this all you want to, but the results of why women are not going to be married to these men, I tell women to stop reasoning with men and stop talking to them. Show them better than you can tell them. And that's exactly what they're doing, showing you better than they can tell you. 54% of them don't want to marry you no more. 90% of them who got sense and got degrees are divorcing you. And 70% of women got sense to divorce you and stay divorced. So what you disagree with, you can continue to do it, but the facts will speak for themselves. The truth don't need no defense.
Now here's the thing with this. Oh, I gotta jump in.
What you think? What you think?
You put some facts out there, right? And so here's the thing. Yeah. So those are facts. Now, the scary part about this, right? And this is where I think the disconnect is, right? So obviously, traditionally, we want to hold on to marriage because that is how we procreate as human beings, right? This is how we procreate as human beings. But when you look at the facts and the data says that people ain't really wanting to be married.
Marriage is declining. Right, yeah, marriage is declining, man.
It's declining, bro. And so so that's what I wanna kind of get a better understanding from Corey on, right? Because I know you coming more so from a biblical perspective, but also from a, just from a traditionalist perspective. What's your thoughts about the facts that she just laid out, right? Because they're undisputed, the facts. What would you say about that?
Well, man, I've said this to you guys before, man. I think that we're living in a day and age where, people go to a drive-through and they want their food right now. They want it to be prepared perfectly. If they got to wait, they get frustrated, they go somewhere else. And the unfortunate reality is this is the way people are dealing with marriage. If I get in a relationship and I don't like the way it is, then I'm ready to go find me something because we're living in a culture where everything is about happy. I want to be happy. I want to be, let's have fun. And I told you this the other day, O'Neal. I said, man, I think more people are chasing the fantasy than they are chasing family. More people are chasing a lifestyle than they are legacy. And I think that's part of the problem. Now, those stats that she gave, those are stats, those are facts, but it has nothing to do with marriage to.
And that's bullshit. Those stats that she gave is cap. Because there's a bunch of people that we know that got divorced, right? And they still want to get married. Even people that get married about 2-3 times after that. So that's cap. That's cap. I just didn't say anything. The stats that she gave is super cap. All right, let's go.
And women being slaves. That has nothing to do with, I think that's a bunch of projection, because if you look at why women are divorcing, it's not cited because they feel.
And that's the crazy part, because if they, and let me tell y'all the crazy part too about this shit, y'all. I bet you if B. Taylor picked up a broom or had to do the dishes or something like that, she wouldn't sit there and look at what she's doing for Princella as slavery. So someone in the Western world, y'all, is getting to a certain degree, if they have the capacity to do it. Someone is getting that luxury, that submission luxury. But it ain't the person that should be getting it if that person is doing right. See, you always hear about the scenario of what somebody won't do for somebody else. People talk in absolutes as if the person is not doing right by them. First of all, in a long-term relationship, if the person's not doing right by you, then why the fuck would you get into a marriage? And a lot of people bait and switch too. But it's usually not the guys. It's usually not the guys. You know, because a woman will be doing all kinds of things for you, and then as soon as that ring go right on her finger, it stops. Hell, they even have a method. There's a method behind it, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's get into it.
Like they're a slave, right? And so there's other reasons for divorce, right? Communication, whether it be infidelity, and it's a couple of other things that we could talk about. But at the end of the day, you know, I just think we live in a culture, and I'll keep saying this, that is not promoting relationships. And then you have these relationship gurus who got all the advice on relationships, and they single or been divorced 3 times, and they telling people go be happy, like you can do bad all by yourself. And I think it's impacting the culture. It's impacting the mindset of people as it relates to marriage. That's number 2. The third thing I'll say, man, is what does commitment look like, right? When you get married, you take a vow and you say for better or for worse. Here's the reality. This generation of people, they only want marriage for better. They don't want the worst part. As soon as worse pops up, they're running for divorce, or they're not even.
This generation don't even get the luxury to go through all of that. It's a luxury to go through some of that. How about, since you're a man of Christ, how about you say this generation is getting married and don't even believe in God? How about that? Because the God element, in a lot of cases, other than people sticking around for the kids and whatever, and whatever they sticking around for, the money or whatever, there is a such thing as being God-fearing. And a lot of these women don't fear God.
Get married because they can't
on God
conceptualize that marriage is a journey, that we take it together, that we're all becoming, that is 2 people becoming one. And guess what? When we come together,
a lot of people don't have enough respect for the Lord to not go before him with that foolishness.
we're not always going to communicate the same. We're not always going to think the same. We're not always going to feel the same. But at the end of the day, if we keep down this path and this journey, then it gets a lot easier, and people don't want to work.
Real quick, Corey, what if, right, because you mentioned some key things about the current, climate in terms of the social media, in terms of women, thinking how they think, men thinking how they think. What if those things don't change? What if people have evolved to a space, whether it's mentally, physically, the world, technologically, whatever it may be, to a space to where those things are not going to change. Matter of fact, they may even be worse and exacerbated. We're moving into a space of the meta. We're moving into a space of AI, right? Where people will most likely be more disconnected. What happens if that is the case and it doesn't get better? What's your thoughts on that?
Man, that's problematic. And the truth of the matter is, it's probably heading towards that direction. And I think the reason why, I love to speak on marriage, and I love to talk about the biblical perspectives of marriage, the benefit of marriage, the joy of marriage, is because I think somebody has to keep telling people that marriage is a beautiful thing. It's a journey. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. And if we don't, technology and the culture is not shifting. Think about it, man. I grew up, man, in the 70s. I was born in the 70s, but I grew up in the 80s and 90s, man, when we still had New Edition. We still had Troop. We still had SWV. We had Jagged Edge. Meet Me at the Altar at Your White Dress. We were talking about love songs. When the last time you heard a love song in this culture? It's, city girls, city boys, all of this stuff. And I think if we keep going in that direction, then it makes sense why people are not valuing commitment and marriage. I seen somebody just put in the chat, I'm committed to myself. And that's the reality. When you're committed to yourself, selfish people can't get married and stay married. We live in a culture where it's all about build myself up, get to the bag, get to the money. It's me, 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 me. And you wonder why you can't stay married, because when you get married, it can't just be about you. It becomes about us. And the disconnect in this culture is we're being trained for it to just be about us.
Man, I got a question for Priscilla. So Priscilla, how long were you married?
3 years. 3 years before I
So you
filed
was
for
married
divorce.
3 years. Um, when did you realize that being a wife was a slave to the marriage?
The
in those
moment
3
that
years?
the moment that I had to leave my career, be a stay-at-home mom, and carry all of the burdens of losing myself to cater to.
Again, the moment she had to give up her boss for her man and family. Like, honestly, if you have a kid, it's your obligation to stay there and take care of your damn kid. That's your kid. Being a mother is slavery, and I'm pretty sure she feels like that because I kind of seen a couple of clips on how she treats her kid. I might go see if I could go find them. And I feel sorry for the kids because, when she resents if she resents the father, a lot of time that carries over to the kid. And I hate to say this. This is why a lot of men have to control the relationship in a lot of cases, because I've seen this way too many times. I've seen mothers. Dad, y'all, I'm out here working. I'm out here working today on Thanksgiving, y'all. Working my ass off on Thanksgiving. I've seen full-fledged mothers hate their children, hate their daughters, hate their daughters, and sometimes their sons. As a father, you want shit. As a parent, you want your children to be better than you. At least, you want your children to kind of move the chains, for the family. You want your children to kind of, you want your children to be better. But something as dumb as looks. I've seen mothers hate their daughters and hate on their daughters because they're competing with their daughters in the look for looks. And you know that saying that they say daughters take a bit of their mother's beauty. I've seen mothers compete with their kids just for looks. Because the kid looked better. Let me throw this out there again. I got something I can throw out there. Let me throw this out there real quick. Hold on. Let me get this a spin one more time. Because, gotta be careful with these clips. YouTube might demonetize me for a 2-second clip again. But let's play the real. Y'all hit the like button, man. Let's get it.
Do y'all hear this? How sad she is. This is why my mentality is so fucked up. Y'all, you wanna know why? Cause we caught living at home with bitches like this. Yes, the world needs to know. Yes, the world needs to wake up. These black mothers out here raising with these pathetic ass mindsets. These black women out here fucking harming us. These black women out here fucking, look at this mindset. I'm raised by a bitch with this type of mindset. And y'all wonder why these females out here the way they is? Y'all wonder? Show lives. Y'all wonder why anybody that's born between the ages of 1996 to the 2000s, y'all wonder why these little girls like this? Y'all wonder why these females like this? Y'all wonder? I'm 21 years old. That bitch been blaming me since I was 7 years old about fucking niggas. This shit been breaking around me since I was young.
How the hell you a grown ass woman hating on a 7-year-old? I concur.
The illusion or fantasy of men, right? Having to sit at home and be a stay-at-home mom and lose myself, right? Cook, clean, cater to the baby. When my ex would get off work, working out of town, right? When he would come in, I'd have been trapped in the house all this time. The first thing he does is come in and drop his bags and go get a haircut and leave me with the child, even though you've been gone. Now,
And see, let me tell y'all something. When you leave them alone by themselves for long periods of time, they start thinking of everything but everything they should be thinking of. He came in from a long day of work. Of course, he wants to relax, drop his bag, and get a haircut. Have you ever got your haircut, Princella? That razor blade feel good as hell on the side of your head. It's relaxing. He can't come home after a long day. You wanted somebody to provide for you. He came home, he got the bacon, he provided for you, and got his haircut. Now he's wrong for getting his haircut. Then when he looked crazy, and now all of a sudden, because you got all this ample time to sit at home and think about whatever. Because I ain't gonna lie, listen, it does take a lot to to rear the kids and do all kinds of shit. But look, let's not stop it. You can put a tablet in that little motherfucker's hands. You can turn on a DVD. Shit, they pick up the phone and start scrolling that shit for themselves and watching Paw Patrol and all this other. The kids ain't even really fucking with the parents like that. You put that little asshole to sleep and go do whatever the hell you want. It's actually even worse. This is kind of why I'm not even gonna lie, y'all. And it depends on the situation. I think certain people can be at home, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. I advocate for 50-50 relationships because fuck it. White people do it and ain't nothing wrong with them. They get along fine. They know what team they on. White people do that shit all the time. White people do it all the fucking time. Both of them work jobs and be straight. What are we eating tonight? Thai food? All right. Let's go get it. I'm going to tell y'all right now, that story that I told y'all about the woman being at home with that damn television, that shit real as fuck. So I'll be damned if you leave a motherfucker at home with their damn phone. Bad enough they take that bitch to work. So they will think their way out of a good situation. Now she mad because she got to work, but she wanted to work. So you get up and you go drive your truck. You get up and go drive your truck now. Go. Since you don't want to listen, go drive that damn truck. Make sure you don't pop a clutch. Don't pop the clutch. Jealous of their own kids, bro, at 7. Shout outs to Nicer. Nicer said, wait a minute. I thought her sexual orientation was the same sex. Why is she speaking on men and women relationships? Exactly. And clearly, she got a whole masseuse at home. She moved on. Why don't look at this? Look at how she sees nothing wrong with getting a massage from B. Taylor. Is that slavery? Is that slavery? She need to hand B. Taylor a bankroll for squeezing her little shoulders. Is that slavery? Oh man, they would never like that, Raven. I swear to God, I don't know one woman that would like that, that's in that position. If their daughter was to say, I look better than you, or I'm better than you, and I graduated, I didn't become a baby mom. Oh my God. See, a father can look at his kid and be like, you know what? You're right, son, and I appreciate it. You know, I set you up. You know, he put them in position to get set up for that. But anyway, let's get it. Let's get it. We're getting deeper into this. Y'all hit the like button. Considering supporting the show. Shout out to everybody here. People coming in, people leaving out. Almost was gonna recite the Sister Act bars. But y'all hit the like button, support the show. Your support is greatly needed. Happy Thanksgiving. You said, she sat up there watching BS on TV, gossiping with the other hyena friend, talking about what they not finna do. Exactly. So imagine leaving today's woman at home with her damn phone. That's a luxury, man. Because we don't talk about the luxury men afford. Man, listen, I'm not even. You can't win with these hoes, bro. If you leave them at home, they fucking get mad. All of a sudden, you're not supposed to come home and get your hair cut. If they go to work, they fucking get mad. They want to make as much as you do, not doing the same work. But at the same time, you're supposed to make more money than them. Make it make sense, please.
I've driven trucks for 6 years, so, and I've been on the road.
Fuck you sound like I've driven trucks for 6 years. Bitch, you sound like Batman. Bitch, you sound like Batman. You sound like Bruce Jane.
Road, so I know that after you finish working, you get all of your time to yourself. When you got a child, it's 24/7. Now,
you more matter about having the kid. You mad about having a kid. Low key, she more mad at the kid than her man.
not only is it 24/7, it's the loss of being your authentic self and what you're here to do. And men think that they have the right to take the life of a woman away, that he gets to dictate.
A man didn't do nothing. If you really clearly listen to what she's saying, she's really mad at the kid. The man didn't do nothing. The kid took that away. This kid knew I wanted to drive my truck, and he's stopping me from driving my truck. She's stopping me from driving my truck. Okay? Nicer said, you know what, Kuda, go ahead and shout me out for the support I gave you off air. Maybe that will inspire others to hit your Cash App also. It's okay. I appreciate you. And shout out to Nicer hold me down off air, y'all. Shout outs to Nicer. Shout outs to Nicer. Shout out to Nicer for definitely supporting me on air, off air, everywhere. Look out for the cookout. Is it me, y'all, or is it not Nicer? I was about to say Nicer. I was about to say Nicer mad at her kid. Is it me, y'all, or is Princella mad at her kid? This seems like this is directed at her children. Her churn. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find this clip of her and her kid. All right. But shout out to Nicer for the huge support on air, off air, everywhere. And definitely support me with everything I go through. All right, let's get into it. Let me see if I can find this clip, okay? Shout outs to everybody in the building. I want to thank you guys for spending your Thanksgiving Eve with me. You could be anywhere else in the world, but you guys are here. Thank you for the true supporters that follow the show. We need to find another avenue of getting everybody on the same page because nobody knows that I'm live. And that's fucked up. All right, let's get it. It's player talk. Hold on.
How she shows up because he want her, not the other way around, right? And so I do appreciate you asking me that question, but I really want to address his opinions with more fact, because I'm not here to talk out of my feelings. I'm here to talk about what's real and what's factual. So since we want to claim what divorce is behind, I got a lot to address, because we talked about so-called reasons for divorce. We also talked about fairy tales like pushing R&B music, which was created to manipulate women to pursue an ideological concept or a romanticized concept of love. He ain't even paid attention to these lyrics, right? And in all of these so-called love songs, when men sing these songs to women, they sing them for two main reasons to get women back after they done ran her into the ground and used and abused her so much, and she done walked away, and now he want to use her some more, so he beg her to come back. Or when he's ready to have sex with her. Those are the lyrics to the love songs, right? Which breeds dysfunction. But do y'all mind if I go over some divorce statistics?
Break it down.
Right.
Do what you got to do.
So in 2022, top reasons for divorce. 25% of those filed for divorce was because of domestic violence. 25%. Lack of equality in the relationship, 44%. Infidelity, 55%. Unrealistic expectations, 45%. Arguing too much, 56%. Married too young, 41%. Lack of commitment, 73%. So based on this, it says respondents often cited more than one reason. Therefore, the percentages add up to much more than 100%. There's a 97% increase in the risk of divorce for men who do not help with the housework. So lack of equality in the relationship is 44%. Hit me with some facts and not what you feel.
Ooh. Wow.
Damn.
Corey, you muted. What's your thoughts on that? There you go.
You muted it. There you go.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, I mean, the Cowboys are 6-3. The sun raises up at 6 a.m. Right? I can throw you a lot of stats out there, but what does that have to do with anything? Right? Let's just get to the nuts and bolts of it. At the end of the day, Priscilla, I want to go back to what you said concerning your marriage. And I just got a few questions for you, rhetorical questions. But what if you had got married and you didn't have to quit your job? What if you had got married and he actually did help you with your child? What if you had got married and he did actually help you with the housework and you guys were more of a team? Would you still feel the same way that you do about marriage? Again, I will say this, that a lot of times people that have a negative perspective about marriage, they're oftentimes speaking from a platform of pain from their past. So the question that I have is, would you have this same perspective if the one time you were married for 3 years, you actually had a partner versus the experience that you just defined right here on this podcast? That's number one. Number two, I think when you talk about lack of, you gave me some good stats here, 25% domestic violence, 44% lack of equality or helping in the home. Look, I think all of that boils down to communication, right? Learning how to communicate realistic expectations, to communicate realistic fears, frustrations. I think that what we've done is the older generation did a poor job of teaching us how important communication is in relationships, how important it is to have premarital counseling so we could talk about making sure that our visions align. I know some people don't like the biblical perspective, but Amos 3:3 says, how can two walk together unless they agree? So what Priscilla said is she said that women are in the front dragging men along. But what
Nah, man, y'all need to stop playing with this bullshit. And y'all need to tell her, yo, are you about to pay B Taylor for that massage she giving you? And then you know what she gonna say? Because this is what women say. Oh, I'm gonna pay her later with some six. Women are worse than men. They're way worse. Oh yeah, don't worry about B Taylor. I'm gonna pay B Taylor later on with some six. Ugh. Nobody ever looks and say, oh, this is why you really got to observe women when they're around kids. Because the same thing that woman will tell that kid, as a man, that's the same thing you can tell that woman. When the kids say, "Oh, you got to pay me to do my homework in this house, or pay me chores and pay me allowance." No, nigga, your allowance is that you're allowed to have a roof over your head. You're allowed to probably have your own room in this house and a door to slam. You're allowed to have your own cell phone. These are privileges. And by definition, you're dumb because you're trying to be a man, first of all. Don't worry about B. Taylor. I'm going to pay her with some cigs. Disgusting. Raven said, constantly, and I do mean constantly, acting like raising a kid is fucking brand new. Right, even Thoughts got kids. Raising kids didn't start happening until you had one. Hell, a damn puppy raised kids. I mean, I said a puppy. This is how you know I need to go to sleep. Cats raise kids. Animals raise kids. A bear raises their cubs. Deer raises their does. I think that's what a young deer is. But anyway, you get the idea. I was going to say idea, but anyway. All these jokes are falling today. Happy Thanksgiving, y'all. Nicer said, yeah, Raven. And the crazy thing is, in most cases, the mom's not even raising their children's right. Yeah, the grandma be raising them. And you said not only that, they want to be celebrated on both Mother's Day and Father's Day for the poor job they're doing. Right. Speaking of stats, why don't they look at the stats of young black kids today in America? Doing a great job. But I'm going to treat B. Taylor with some cigs. She doesn't have to get paid. But if it was a man, he would have to get paid. Women treat women worse than men. At least that Superman simp mentality a little bit, fellas. I want y'all to really hear what I'm about to tell y'all. At least that Superman simp mentality, fellas, still protects women. Even when you're in your softest, even when a woman hits your soft spot and taking advantage of you. Because honestly, to tell you the truth, until they start fucking y'all over with it and y'all weren't getting the results that you want, there kind of really was nothing wrong with simping. There's kind of really nothing wrong with being romantic. There's kind of being nothing wrong with simping. Because in all honesty, if that woman really likes you and she takes her advances, then you're not simping. Because guess what? She will reciprocate. Simping only got fucking bad when she didn't reciprocate. And you're giving yourself away and she's disrespecting you and you're not getting the results that you want. Because simply, you should be able to simp. You should be able to simp. If a man says, hey, you know what? I want to be a little bit gushy and mushy with my girl today, I should be able to do that. But guess what? They flip on you when you do that. So that's why dudes are saying don't do it. And we even shame y'all not into doing it. And when y'all fuck up by doing it, we laugh at y'all. Not because, well, sometimes it is funny, but it's to harden it on you. Pause. But guess what? A woman doesn't get called out or fucked over. A woman doesn't get called out or fucked over when she says she wants to be mushy and gushy with her guy. She has the luxury of doing that and not having to feel stupid. And I mean, look, anybody, the cheating and all that other stuff, that should go both ways. But what I'm saying is that, you know, she can do all of that, and there's no repercussion to that. Shout out to Nicer. I appreciate you back. Yeah. It's some real shit. And too bad not too many people are here to hear this message. But the special select few. Hit the like button, y'all. I really want y'all to get this message. Let's get it.
Marriage should look like is both the man in the front or the woman in the front, either way, whichever one you want to go, but both of you all are paddling at the same speed, which means not one person is carrying more of the load. Now, we do understand that balance is not always equal. There are going to be times where you're up and down, but communication is key. It's extremely important. And so,
and black men need to stop with this traditional shit all the fucking time. Not all marriages are alike. Not all marriages are the same. To a certain degree, they should go a certain way, but not all marriages are going to be identical. Marriage is not a one-size-fits-all thing. And I'm not saying that to, oh man, we should let the women rule, or I'm not saying that, oh man, we should, but like, come on now. Because not all relationships are the same. And the context going into the marriage is not going to be the same for everybody. All right, let's get it.
Again, I remember when I was a kid, man, I was in Chicago, and I got on a roller coaster. And when I got on the roller coaster, I threw up. When I got off of the roller coaster, I remembered that right before I got on, I ate dried bananas. So the reality is, for the last 40 years of my life, because I had one bad experience with dried bananas, I've never tried them again. As a matter of fact, if I see them, I tell them I don't want them. And this is what they do with relationships, with marriage. They have one bad experience, and all of a sudden now we cut that out of our life and we cut that out of that diet. And now we're telling everybody else that they shouldn't get dried bananas just because it didn't work for you. And I think that's irresponsible.
Okay, so you had a question. So first and foremost, while I try to remember your first question, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. So that question is totally irrelevant. Okay, it don't hold no weight. Secondly, if you ain't never ate bananas again, then what you talking about? The pot don't get to call the kettle black. But I want to say this. 48% of those who marry before the age of 18 are likely to divorce within 10 years, compared to 25% of those who marry after the age of 25. The question that I got is, why are children getting married? Why are men pursuing young girls for marriage and then wondering why they do?
Are you fucking kidding me? She just hitting him with all the dumbest questions on the planet. Because that cult of lesbians that she's talking to, why don't she ask them, why are they pursuing old men to be sugar daddies and sponsors? Oh, you don't want to talk about that though. And men are not pursuing younger women to get married to. Men are pursuing to get married. If it happens to be a younger woman, cool. If it happens to be an older woman, cool. It just so happens, though, that older women are sometimes, in a lot of cases, more inundated with a lot of BS. That they age themselves out of the market. They're not marriage material anymore. And they become hopeless romantics. They even look at marriage crazy. That even at their age, if somebody asks them to get married, they looking at them crazy. Like, wow, what? So that's bullshit. And I don't want to hear this I don't want to hear her go into this pedophilic BS that she's about to spew, because that's bullshit. At this point, I can confidently say, if not, there's more younger women going after older men than vice versa. Older men wouldn't pursue younger women if younger women weren't pursuing them or reciprocal. And the majority of older men wouldn't do it, especially regular cats, because of the P word. it can come off as philic. But then again, you push the LGBT agenda, so you don't care about it. You have, first of all, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. If you're pushing the LGBT agenda in any way, shape, or form, you have no grounds to call anything or anybody pedophilic or try to illustrate how somebody's being pedophilic. Because you should look to the right and go look at your friend and what they're doing today. You have no grounds to call anything or anybody pedophilic. Not even for play.
Divorce you, because you have to add this into the divorce statistics too. You have to add all of these perspectives, because let me tell you something, my message is global.
You think some Christian dude that just showed up in this space, he's a soft target.
And women are vocalizing the issues that they have with men. So you wanted to throw up a Bible verse, right? Because y'all like to cherry pick to push y'all's narrative. I tell women that men are incapable of love and that y'all ain't got no capacity to do it. And for some reason, I got a lot of women, or not a lot of men, but a lot of men that want to fight me on that. But your Bible says the same thing. Let me tell you what your Bible says, which is the reason why women should not be trying to get with men because of this. 2 Timothy.
This is bullshit. It's what came from your rib, fellas. It's your rib right here talking. She gonna skip past that part. There go your rib right here.
3:1-5. For men shall be lovers of their own selves. Y'all got the nerve to talk about selfishness, and that ain't nothing but your nature.
Nope. This is her gaslighting you and reversing her selfishness on you. Because if you're trying to say that men are selfish, then by proxy, you're trying to prove that you're selfless. And I'm gonna tell you the truth, women don't chase men like that. So even in you recognizing that he's quote unquote selfish, which men are the last creature on the planet to be selfish. As a matter of fact, men, especially depending on their age, have a problem with learning how to be selfish. You can't call somebody that's a giver by nature selfish. They might be selfish with certain things. And then the fucked up part is that when he's not selfish, y'all get mad. Y'all get mad when he's not selfish. Make up your mind.
For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemous, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those.
That's a type of man, not man. How the hell you gonna tell a man what God is saying when you refer to God as he? In the Bible, God is referred to as he. Them some pronouns you don't respect. But let's get it.
Those who are good. Traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. That's what your Bible say about men. That y'all want women to marry and try to rectify or save or stick with. Y'all ain't even with your own God and doing what you supposed to do. Yet you want a woman to marry you, and the divorce statistics.
And this broad is stupid because the trials that a man would have to go through, and she's not even smart to read it in context. God is not even God in that whole soliloquy that she just threw out there. God has not mentioned woman in that whole soliloquy at one point. What God is talking about is Adam or man, right? Being selfish towards him. But when you think about what a man, like man being selfish towards God, but when you think about what a man has to go through, a man has to take care of himself in order to take care of the world. Oh yeah, the world. And also in order to take care of a woman. If you look at the first lesson in the Bible, God kicked Adam out the Garden of Eden for simping. Kicked him out for simping. And the simping that he kicked him out for was because he wasn't paying attention to himself and what was going on. God punished Adam for simping. Punished him. And if you believe in the story of Lilith, God chased Lilith all the way into the mountains and gave her freedom. I guess God felt that, she'd been through enough. It is what it is. All right, let's go.
Show that what your Bible say about you is accurate.
Listen, the problem with taking scripture and trying to weaponize it,
right,
is number one, I would challenge you to be a little bit more contextual with that, because you took that completely out of context. What you failed to read is the scripture that was right before that, when it said in the last days. So what this scripture was defining was a depraved state of men in the last days. And it wasn't just men, because it says people will be lovers of themselves. That's what the King James version says. The NIV version says that people, not men.
Whoa. You said the King James or the New International Version? Because okay, so y'all flipping. So you're flipping against what your Bible also says. You're flipping God's words to fit y'all's own narrative. So God in the King James Version, the original version that y'all rock and roll with, it says men, because this is a patriarchal religion that centers everything around men. So this is a book about men, for men, about men, by men, for men. So this men will be lovers of themselves, boisterous, disobedient, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. That describes y'all's behavior.
That's the behavior towards God, not women. And let me tell y'all something. If women had to compete between, because they do this with his job, they do this with everything. If women had to compete between his love for God and her, you don't think that they won't? Come on, man. You don't think that if a woman had to compete between a man giving her attention versus God, she won't do it? She won't try to take his attention off of God and put it on her? Now, I don't really know too much about what Adam was doing walking around in the Garden of Eden. But we do know that Eve sat there staring at her reflection the whole time in a puddle of water, because there was no such thing as a mirror. But anyway, let's keep going.
To the T right now. Because if you ask everybody else on social media, everybody is saying these are the last days, because we are going into the new world order. So these are actually the last days, and y'all act just like this. Ain't no woman got no business marrying y'all in this state.
Again, I really.
She's talking as if the woman, she's talking as if the woman marries him. He controls when they get married.
Jeff, don't laugh. Jeff, don't. Oh, damn. Jeff, stop.
He controls when they get married.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yeah.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. This stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
Nicer says, it does say in the Bible that when men was escorted out of Eden, the woman left Eden to be with the man. Exactly. She wasn't going to stay there with God because she know her ass was next too. Oh, she knew her ass was next. You know what? I'm going to just go with him because she knew she was guilty. Her ass was next. And she knew it. Goldberg time. That's a wrestling joke. Anyway. Yeah. Nice you said us women been needing men from the beginning of humankind. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And look at the word too. There's a lot of power in these words. Mankind. You got man and you got mankind. A kind of man. Okay? Right. He said, get the fuck away from that tree, right? And that snake. The devil or Lucifer. And I was just reading some crazy shit the other day. I got to run this by fasting because he said they were saying that Jesus is actually king of the underworld. I don't know. But anyway, the devil knew the exact patina to take on to seduce this woman into doing what she did. But God said, I don't give a fuck what the devil did. And I don't give a damn about what she did. Adam. You were supposed to take care of Eden. It's like he knew what they did, but he knew what Adam didn't do. And I ain't gonna lie, the whole time Adam didn't have to go after the damn snake himself. He could have got one of them other animals he sat there and talked to go after the damn snake. He could have paid a tiger or some shit, some coconuts or something to go after the damn snake. Caught the devil lacking or some shit. I don't know. But God said, nope. Yoink.
So the last time I talked to you, I was very impressed by the stats and your intellectualism. And tonight, maybe like my internet, maybe that's lagging for you, because contextually, the word men in the Bible, in the Old Testament and the New, Hebrew and Greek, it meant plural. And so let me be very clear. What it meant was human being, mankind, humanity. So it's not man. So it's not just men, but the true definition of it is humankind. And so what we have a tendency to do is we'll take these things again to build up our argument and say he was talking about men. No, he was talking about mankind. He said people will be lovers of themselves. And so when you study the scripture, you can't just take it from the English language. You got to go back to the original language, which was Hebrew and Greek. And you look up those words. The true definition is people.
Bro, what part of she don't give a damn about nothing of what you're saying? She done made up her mind. She's not gonna do no homework. She already knew it was bullshit. She's dragging you down to her level and now bludgeoning you. She's whipping you with experience. All right. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. We've been going for 2 hours and 28 minutes. Shout outs to Spawn dropping the huge $2 on the Cash App. If you believe today's show's worth $2, let me know. Support the show. Hit the like button. Billions of dollars worth of game being dropped on today's show. May have learned something about the Bible you probably didn't know. All right, let's get it.
People will be lovers of themselves. Go ahead. That was cute.
So if that's the case, then why would Job 14:1 say,
hit the like button? We don't have a super chat anymore, so you can contribute via PayPal or Cash App. So let's get it.
A man who is born of woman is short-lived and full of turmoil. So when they want to talk about a woman, they specify woman. When they're speaking about men, and you're absolutely correct, men is plural, talking about y'all. And when you go back into the Greek era, when they talked about brotherly love, which is something that y'all quote from y'all's book called the Bible, it speaks of just men. Brotherly love, which is feelings of compassion and humanity towards your brother. Humanity. Human didn't even include women. When y'all talk about when patriarchy is for men against men, this don't include women.
Patriarchy didn't exist back then, man. That's how dumb you are. Patriarchy did not exist back then. And no matter what women say, because to this day, patriarchy still protects them. They get their mind right. Now, what we're gonna need for you is to go pick up a pistol and go out there and defend your country. No more soft shit. No more makeup. No more weaves. No none of that. You need a helmet. Take that Nike hat off, and you need a helmet that can withstand gunfire. Y'all better be careful, man. These are type of women, bro. Left to themselves, these bitches be becoming cops and shit, and running around with this mentality.
Never did, and now you want to throw women in when we addressing y'all on y'all's behavior. And here's the thing: let the doorknob hit you where the good Lord split you. Because at the end of the day, women are going to show you better than they gonna tell you, because they ain't gonna be marrying you. So you coming from
Women don't marry you. Women get married. And you butchered that. Let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you. Women get married. And you learned that from a man.
From an idea, a religious philosophical principle or concept that does not go in line with your biology. It's just fairy tale and illusion, right? And women ain't buying that no more. And so until y'all recognize what it really is, science and reality is going to take this away, because you said something real clear. What facts got to do with anything? It got everything to do with everything, but you don't want to talk about that. That's what I live in. I don't live in fairy tale land, because that's what you talking about, fairy tale stuff.
You live in fairy tale land.
I want to, you know what? Before,
Oh,
that was strong. I want to know what.
This is good.
First of all, Byron, it wasn't strong. All right, just start with the whoa, because it wasn't strong. All right, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Hey, like what the hell? Like even the church man is like, no, that's not strong. No, it wasn't. You didn't learn anything from what she just said. A whole bunch of nothing. Word salad. Look at her eyes right now. I am attracted. Her whole palm pointing at the screen. She's attracted. Sadly, you'll get further with Princella if you kind of low key insult her. Let's go.
Here's the thing. I want to know what Priscilla thinks, right, about the current state. The same question I kind of posed to you, Corey. The current state is that relationships are not working, right? We are witnessing a decline. These are facts. Like, this is just what is really happening, and this is a global phenomenon. This is not something that's just in America. I want to know what Princella thinks about that. Does she think this is something that can get better, or does she see this as something that will perpetually and continuously get worse? What's your take on that, Princella?
Well, when you understand biology, philosophy, and sociology, or psychology and sociology, it becomes very evident. First and foremost, we are moving into a new era, and when you change the environment, the behavior of the people change. In order to uphold the patriarchal philosophy or society, in order to hold up all of this stuff, you have to create law enforcement and a bunch of lies and force people to live up to those lies. Well, because that has happened and men have been given access to things that they shouldn't have, i.e. women, right? And just giving men all of that, we have boomed the population so much with a bunch of low quality human beings that can't do nothing but be parasitic viruses on planet Earth. So the elites know this, and we're moving into a new era, and low quality human beings will end up falling off the edge of the earth. So no, it's not going to get better and go backwards to what benefits males. Of course, men want in-house pussy. Of course, they want slaves. And of course, they want women to tolerate all of their incapable, deficient behavior. Of course, they want that, but it ain't coming back. It's going into a new direction, and either the male will adapt or he will fall by the wayside. Okay, because this is going into a matriarchal setup, right? Where humans.
I swear, all of this just because somebody wants some shit for free. Y'all realize that all of this shit because somebody really wants to live off your that somebody wants this shit for free. Men have given so much, people done forgot you done gave from your heart. All because somebody wants some shit for free. Shit crazy, y'all.
Humans have to be of value, not based on what satisfies the male's ego and his pedo whacker.
Real quick, I gotta
Wow.
add to that.
Shout out to the super chat. Shout out to the super chats, Bro Science and B Taylor TV. We appreciate y'all.
Absolutely.
Add,
Real
Brian?
quick,
What
I
you
want
gotta
you.
add?
Just you gotta add something.
That's the crazy thing, man. We don't owe y'all shit for free. We don't owe y'all shit for free.
To this because she mentioned something that was key. So, what does adaptation for the male look like from your purview? What does the adapted male look like for you, Priscilla?
He's a slave.
He would have.
If you really listen, there's so many times dudes ask this stupid ass question to women. And what women want to turn men into and what they want to create men into is slaves. You want to know why women want to get all the corporate America jobs? Why they're not picking all the other type of jobs? Because they need men as slaves to hold up the infrastructure. Who's really a slave? The person at home or the person that's mining, that's mining coal and shit? Princella never picked up a pickaxe and mined a piece of coal in her goddamn life. I don't know what slave wears a Nike hat. Other than somebody that signed to Nike, probably. Slave these nuts.
Have to learn to stand on his own and be able to integrate the feminine aspect to his personality to become a whole being. The dependent mentality that the male has, where he absolutely needs a woman to help him become something, he's going to fail if he doesn't. See, people who need relationships, these are people who are deficient and codependent, and they need somebody else's help. So of course the male is going to push a narrative that puts a woman in a position to help him without regard, to send her, to make her tolerate a lot of the things. Because earlier he said everybody want to be happy, so he spoke about force. All right. Well, back in the day, because you didn't have access to this and that, you were forced. So he spoke about force, and he spoke about everybody wants to be happy. So basically, he's pushing a narrative where women have to be forced and tolerate unhappy situations, stressful situations, just so he can have access to her to help him. He does not like the idea that a woman can, quote unquote, do bad by herself and succeed without him. So the male, if he's going to adapt, because marriage is going out the window, these old ideals are going out of the window.
You would think that somebody
with other men.
Hold on. I think I skipped there. Hold on, y'all.
To become a whole being. The dependent mentality that the male has, where he absolutely needs a woman to help him become something.
You don't need no goddamn women to help you. This is what I'm saying. For the most part, in this case, since she believes that she can build highways, roads, and trucks and stuff like that by herself, you would think that in 2023 that they would stop reading from the same playbook, like this old raggedy tired 55-year-old playbook that they still reading from, y'all. You would think that this 55-year-old playbook would just disappear, yet they still read from it and swear by it. Haven't updated their iOS. She just reverted back to old 80s talking points. Fake Jim Crow from the man, and what have you done for me lately from Janet Jackson. All right. 8 people in the building, 2 hours and 41 minutes into this mess. Y'all hit the like button. support the show. You can support the show at $PTV888. That is $PTV888. $PTV888. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Let me know. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody in the building. Let's get it. Let's go.
He's going to fail if he doesn't. See, people who need relationships, these are people who are deficient and codependent, and they need somebody else's help. So, of course, the male is going to push a narrative that puts a woman in a position to help him without regard, to send her, to make her tolerate a lot of the things. Because earlier he said, everybody want to be happy. So he spoke about force, all right? Well, back in the day, because you didn't have access to this and that, you were forced. So he spoke about force, and he spoke about everybody wants to be happy. So basically, he's pushing a narrative where women have to be forced and tolerate unhappy situations, stressful situations, just so he can have access to her to help him. He does not like the idea that a woman can, quote unquote, do bad by herself and succeed without him. So the male, if he's going to adapt, because marriage is going out the window,
but a woman that can do bad by herself and succeed without him is depending on another man. Princella, you depend on another man to maintain that truck and keep that truck in order. If a man never invented or created that truck, you literally wouldn't even have the vehicle to put food in your mouth. You depend on that man to fix that damn truck and keep that damn truck in order, right? You depend on a man to pay you. You depend on men to quote unquote do bad by yourself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Never mind.
Old ideals are going out of the window. So he's going to have to learn how to sustain himself, learn how to work to improve himself. And if he cannot do it, he will fail. His biological challenge in life is survival of the fittest. And it is clear that the average male is not the fittest. And it makes sense because the average male who exists should have never been able to pass his genes along in the first place. But patriarchy created an environment and a society that would allow men to survive when they should have died. And they gave them women and the ability to pass their genes off, and they have created low quality males on this planet who cannot thrive without a bunch of help. Well, that help is going out the wayside, and this is the reason why they push marriage so bad, because they need women to get down to help them. It just ain't happening no
more. Woo! Wow. Corey, what's your thoughts on that, man? Like, yeah, that was a lot to unpack, brother.
It was a carry-on. It wasn't a lot to unpack.
Okay.
But let me just say this, man. This is what I consider to be divide and conquer. And so, which I think is extremely fascinating, right? That Princella was married for 3 years, and apparently she didn't have a great experience. And so now we want to tell all the women that all men are bad. They're incapable of loving. They're incapable of leading. They're incapable of having compassion. And we're going to do this whole fear-mongering thing. And I started to wonder why. Like, what's the agenda? What's the purpose behind that? Why do you want to try to shame men? Because here's the reality. None of that is facts. That may be anecdotal experiences, but I think it's extremely dangerous to paint with a broad brush because, number one, you said earlier that men are incapable of loving. I'm full of love. I love my family. I love my children. I love my wife. That's number one. Number two, in my circle, most of the men that I know, they're actually carrying the women, right? I hear this fascinating stat, and I do respect women that are upward mobile. I do think we're in a day and an age where women are getting more educated, making more money. And man, we 1000% celebrate that. But that does not mean that men are not still successful and are not still taking care of their homes and holding down their women. I think that's a fascinating point to make. But again, my question is, why? Why are we pushing against marriage? Why are we telling women that what men can't do and they're incapable of doing this and men of this and men of this? And she was, married for 3 years, right? And again, I'm just going off what she's saying to us, right? Not a personal attack against Priscilla, but I'm trying to understand where all of this is coming from. Because I know a lot of great men that love their wives, that love their children, that support, that take care of. And I think that's extremely dangerous rhetoric. And the reason I said divide and conquer, because what divide and conquer basically means is you're going to basically divide them and try to conquer this particular group to turn them against the other. And I'm wondering what the agenda is. What's the purpose behind this type of rhetoric? That would be my question.
Okay, I got an answer for you. Can I see myself? Thank you. That lets me know that you're not capable of love, because you clearly live in a land of total delusion, because you're asking me where this is coming from. Why would I tell women this? Well, it's very clear that you ain't been listening to women. See, you care more about protecting the male ego. That's why you're talking the way you're talking. Well, I know a lot of men, but you ain't listening to women globally. You're not listening to women over and over tell you what they're going through. And so I'm here for women. I'm not here for your ego. I'm not here for you or your homeboy's ego. Because you know what? All y'all, every single time I talk to one of you on these platforms, you all say the same thing. I don't know any man like that. Every man that I know.
She done became that old Jim Crow broad with the newspaper. Priscilla done became a negress Karen. She one of them people that argue with you over a parking spot.
No, every man that I know, you all say this. You know how many men I done talked to on these platforms? I have yet to hear a man not say that.
Now, who's usually a parrot, a man or a woman? Think about it. Don't take too long.
I have yet to hear one man not say that same thing. So you all are purposely ignoring the realities of women all over the globe. And I got women's attention all over the globe. And so I provide a solution.
And when has she ever talked about the reality of being a man with removing all of that BS? Because she treats women worse than men. Especially the women that she dates. We still waiting to see if she gonna pay B. Taylor for that massage.
Understanding for why they go through the experiences that they go through, because all you did was sit up here and prove.
And B. Taylor, you got to be a slow broad, a little slow broad, to be running around with something like this. Yeah, it is textbook gaslighting. This is like, but see, this is the thing though. These guys don't know. They're soft targets. She's asking them obvious questions and throwing out fake stats. He gonna argue the Bible, and she gonna think she won. And ain't nobody gonna try to debunk anything.
Exactly what I tell them. They don't hear you, ladies, because it's about protecting their ego. And let them tell it.
Don't say, hey, you know what? Let me get off this SM7B because a man made this mic. Oh no. Oh no.
They don't know nobody. 54% of divorced women do not want to remarry. That's the majority, and that number is increasing. 90% of women.
And that's cap. That's cap. They don't want to remarry that man. But a good 70% of those women will remarry another man. Anybody can say anything when they on the rebound. You know how much people say, oh man, I want to be single, but they in a relationship. You know how much people say, oh man, I want to be single for life, but they jumping in and out of relationships still.
Women with college education ain't divorcing you for nothing. 70% of women that ain't college education, or the rest of them, they ain't divorcing you for nothing. But let y'all tell it, it's a delusion in the woman's mind. Keep on believing that if you want to. And I'm going to keep giving women who are crying out that I hear that you clearly can't hear because you in another room somewhere worried about what men think, right? And protecting their ego.
And that was a gay slight. Here you have an actual lesbian trying to call the man low-key gay. Not even acknowledging this man has a wife and in a functional marriage. You have a divorcee talking to a man in an actual functional marriage.
I'm going to keep talking to the women that are very vocal and loud because I can hear them. You can't. So ain't nothing to explain to you because you ain't going to get it.
Yeah. So, Priscilla, I'm not going to get it because, I tell people all the time, I listen better than I talk. And I remember exactly what I said. And I think what I said is when you begin to explain your marriage, the first thing I asked you is, which means I was listening. And I heard you say you were overwhelmed. I heard you basically say you felt like you wanted to continue your job, continue your career. And my question to you was a question of compassion and empathy to say, I understand that bad experience and I respect that. But would you still have the same perspective as it relates to marriage if you had a different experience?
Skip past that damn question because it was a stupid question that she's not going to answer, and she's going to skip past it again.
Sometimes our experience,
she skipped past that question like go on Monopoly, y'all,
is what dictates our talking point. So I'm listening to you and I have compassion, but what I won't allow is for you, number one, you to say all men are bad because you're talking to 3 men on the podcast right now, and 2 of them I know you have a relationship with, and I don't think that you think they're bad men, but I think the reality is it's easier for you to speak to women that have been hurt and tell them that men are bad men. But if those men, O'Neill and Byron, were bad men, I'm sure you wouldn't be in the community with them. So
I'm not gonna lie, she's doing a good job taking Cynthia G's fans. She kind of cleaning them up and converting them, y'all. She got a hole to fill with the Cynthia G slot. All right. Almost 3 hours into today's show. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, Let's get it.
Do you really believe what you're saying, or is this just talking point?
Sir, I don't allow people to put words in my mouth. Never once did I say men are bad men. I never said nothing about bad men. I said men are incapable of love. You not being capable. Whoa.
What's the opposite of love?
Whoa. Men not being capable of love does not mean that makes them bad. You not being capable of singing does not make you a bad person. It just means that you can't do certain things.
Well, we're not going to do Priscilla's gaslight because
no. You listen. You just cut me off.
Yeah, let her get it out. Let her get it out.
Let her finish. Go ahead. Let her finish.
I'm not gonna let you cut me.
Where y'all think let her talk come from? Let her get it out. Let her talk. Let her finish.
Y'all, because I was talking. Okay. All right. So me saying that men are incapable of love,
right, Spawn,
does not equal men being bad. It just means that they have some impediments that prevents them from doing what women are expecting them to do. So what it means, if you have a person who is socially challenged, or if you have a person who can't read appropriately because they might be dyslexic, you don't put them in situations that will overwhelm them. Me telling women that men are incapable of love will shift their perspectives on what they expect from men. Okay, so your idea of what you're trying to flip my words into being, trying to put words in my mouth, I'm not going to let you do it, because what you hear is what you feel I'm saying, not what I actually said. So if you're going to repeat what I say, tell me what I actually said and not what you feel I said, because not one single time on this show have I said men are bad men or
and that's correct.
So, right.
That's correct.
So I appreciate it.
So I apologize.
Wait, Corey, real quick. Let me do a shout out to the super chats, man. We got Metaphysical, man. We got Bro Science again. We got Facts and Snacks, Candy Cane, Metaphysical again, Mecca Smith, Raw B Privilege. Bro Science. Hey man, we appreciate y'all support, man. Go ahead, Corey. My bad.
No, first of all, I want to apologize to Priscilla. You're right. You didn't say bad. I think that when I projected a little bit, because I think if something is incapable of love, the opposite of love is hate. And so you're absolutely correct. You didn't say that men are bad. You said that men have impediments. But my only pushback is, but don't we all? Don't we?
Opposite of hate and love is indifference. The opposite of hate and love is indifference. Hate and love come from the same vein. Passion. The opposite of hate and love is indifference.
We all have impediments. Don't we all have issues? Don't we all have struggles, right? And so we want to highlight the inadequacies of men, and I understand that's your platform. But I didn't come on here to highlight the inadequacies of women, but I do want to highlight the fact that we all have them. The very same thing that you talk about men, the impediments of men, I think we all have it. We all have our issues. We all deal with communication issues. All of us have a bit of selfishness. And I think that's why the scripture that you quoted, when it said, you said men, but it was really people. We all have our issues. And I think what keeps marriage together is if you go into it understanding that, not understanding that men can't love, because here's the reality. One of the commandments that God gave to husbands is to love your wife as Christ loved the church. My responsibility to them is to love her. And because I love her, I provide. Because I love her, I listen. Because I love her, I pray. Because I love her, these are the things that I do. So to suggest that men don't have the capacity to do the very thing God commanded them to do, to me is a bit problematic and disingenuous. So I disagree fundamentally that men don't have the capacity to love. Now, where I can agree with you is I can agree that there has been a struggle. I can't agree that those stats are staggering. We need to figure out why women feel the way they feel. I do think men need to listen, right? But I won't just say, from my perspective, that, as you said, not saying that all men are bad, but men don't have the capability of loving. Most of the men that I know that are married, they're partners, right? We sit down, we have conversations. Again, I'm not suggesting that it's not happening on the other side. But I will tell you, there are men that are listening. There are men that understand partnership. There are men that understand, hey, in this day and age, women want to be upward mobile. You don't want to be a stay-at-home mom. Okay, cool. Let's hire babysitters. Let's partner together. You go run your business, I run mine. We build something together. It's not a slavery, it's a partnership. And so I just, again, I just want to fundamentally disagree with you in saying that men don't have the capacity to love. I don't know where that came from. But the men that I know, they love. And, these stats are problematic. And we need to figure out how we can fix the stats. But the thing about it is you got to understand this, that marriage is a two-way street. It's not just a man married to a woman, but it's a woman also married to a man. All right. It would be like me saying that, hey, because everybody's quitting this company, this must just be a bad company. The reality is employees and employers have responsibility to make it work. I think it was Rob Bates that said back in the 80s, it takes two to make a thing go right. So why is it that when the thing goes wrong, it is automatically the man's fault? Why is it when something goes bad, it's the man's fault? How about we're in this together? It's our fault, and we need to figure out a way to fix this.
Princella, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So you say men are incapable of love.
See, he let her off the hook by cutting him off. You should have let her answer that. And y'all keep it like dudes are keeping the wrong score. Anytime she doesn't answer something or answer something stupid, you have to give the man a point. He bailed her out.
So what are you looking for exactly for that man to show that he can show you love? So
She got a woman right now. Why is she even talking about men and women relationships? Shout out to Nicer. Nicer pointed that out earlier. She should be about the game. Since there's wedding bells. Now you got to sit up there and marry B. Taylor. Pressure.
What do you look? What do women look? What do they need to be shown?
See, that right there lets me know off the rip that y'all ain't capable, because it ain't about looking for somebody to do something. Love is not about expecting somebody to do something for you, right?
But what does love look like from a man?
It ain't from a man. There's only one definition of love, and either you can do it or you can't, right? And so I have a book called The 5 Components of Love that lets you know the structure of love. And the first component of love is to seek first understanding, and then ye be understood.
That's cap. That's cap. First of all, attraction has no choice. Of course, you can choose to be attracted to somebody, but if somebody's attracted, and you just can't help it. And the love that she's talking about is conditional. Hold on.
To seek understanding requires a lot of work and a lot of effort that men are not willing to put in because they need
not with you
women. And as bad as they need women to cut themselves down, to play a role, to be what men need, that automatically, instantly takes it away from love off the rip. Okay. So what?
No, I want to. I thought you did a pause. I thought you were stopping, but I want to say something after you finish. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So off the rip, it takes away from love the moment that you seek for a person to be what you need them to be for you. Right. He said that God commanded men to love. If somebody got to make you do something, off the rip, that ain't love. Off the rip. Because that's an authority.
Who's making anybody do anything? It's by choice, not force. It's by choice, not force.
Authoritative order. To command somebody to do something is an authoritative order, which means that it ain't genuine and it don't come from no place of purity, which goes right back to that scripture in 1 Timothy, which says that the male does not have true affection, right? Natural affection, the man does not have. So he got to command you do something because you ain't capable. So here's the thing. The evidence of how men are running this world into the ground is evidence and proof that he ain't capable of it, right? And so as soon as women start talking, men don't listen to women. The first thing y'all do is start gaslighting and tell women that you don't agree with how they feel. The first component is seek first understanding, and then ye be understood. You didn't move with empathy and compassion for me when you asked me about my marriage. What you did was start creating what ifs so that you could put me in a position to answer a question that makes men look better. Not about what about me. No, all you care about is protecting the male ego and making women decide to give their life to men. You do not have the capacity to love. Y'all don't even have a concept of it.
So Priscilla, you know, so you're right. Okay, I want to acquiesce. I want to acquiesce and say, all hail to the queen. You're right. Men do not have the capacity to love. All right. Women have the capacity to love. Correct. Would you agree with that? That women are more equipped to love than men?
Absolutely.
I'm assuming. Absolutely. So I want you to explain something to me because you gave me some very interesting statistics about divorce. But you do understand the lesbian divorce rate is actually higher. So two people that have the capacity to love, the divorce rate is 78%, which is higher than heterosexual divorce rate. So let's acquiesce. Let me come into your world and say, you know what, man, men that don't have the capacity to love. Now let's get two people together that have the capacity to love, and they divorce in 8 out of 10 times. Do you have an explanation?
Absolutely.
For that?
I absolutely do have it. Yes, I absolutely do have an explanation for that because we live Yes, we live in a patriarchal society that has conditioned everybody to operate in the lower natures of themselves. 99% of the people do not know what love is. And since you don't know what love is, and most people think it's an emotion, that's what they move on. It's not that women are not capable of love. It's that they're not operating in love because they themselves don't know what it is due to centuries worth of conditioning to operate in a system as dysfunctional as capitalistic white supremacy. Okay, so let's start there. So what I say is that men cannot love. I didn't say that women.
And the dumbest thing that she does is that she sits up here and says they're incapable, says they cannot, says they shouldn't, says everything under the book, and then gonna bring up white supremacy and then make some stupid ass remark about how we should save her and them from white supremacy, or we never saved her and them from right. All she does is just bounce around. All she does is just bounce around. Nothing original. Just bounce around some more. So, all right, let's go.
Women couldn't love. I said that men.
Tell you some weirdo story about how women couldn't vote and they didn't have bank accounts and all this other shit. And it's like, girl, you wasn't even alive then when all that shit was happening. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Like, it's really them trying to say we're pushing slavery. I've never seen a slave with an iPhone. Have you?
Can't love, and women have more of a capability to love. They're beyond capable. They are actually created to be loved. Just because they ain't being loved right now don't mean that they ain't capable. Women are more than capable. They just not in it because they all are trapped in their lower nature. Fear, scarcity, anger, and a lack of authenticity. You cannot operate in love because love is a high frequency. Capitalistic America forces people to operate in a low vibrational state. So it is very evident in understanding why women operate the way they do. Not only that, women have adapted or assimilated to this patriarchal environment to the point where they do not even know how to think and behave like women. They are thinking and behaving like males. So when you look at these lesbian relationships that you're talking about,
bruh. You can't make this shit up, y'all. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Now men are the reasons why women are lesbians. Okay.
Guess what? It's typically a woman in there who thinks she a male.
Lesbianism never existed before men. Got you.
And wants to behave exactly like one. Okay. And so now when you take that and exacerbate the energy, the natural, powerful energy that happens between women because they have that naturally, individually, when you put that together and these people do not understand social intelligence and conflict resolution because they're not operating on love, but they thinking like males, of course you're going to end up in a disaster. We're talking about ignorant people. And ignorance means you in a low state. People who are self-actualized. Let me finish because I didn't cut you off.
Yes, ma'am. You're right. Go ahead.
People who are self-actualized operate in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. The majority of people do not operate there because right now, guess what? The grade, we had No Child Left Behind, stupid people, allowing people to be stupid. And now the grading scale just went down some more. So what used to be an F is now a D. And the average student is no longer a C student, it's a D student. So you're talking about a bunch of ignorant people who operate and move in ignorance and low-level emotions. So I'm not confused about that. It makes sense. I'm here to get women to stop acting like that and come into enlightenment so that they can better their relationships. And once they better those relationships, what they'll find is that the first relationship they're supposed to have is with themselves. And once they elevate, if they want a partner on their level, the likelihood that they're going to find it in a male is low. Their likelihood of finding everything that they want in in a partner is going to exist in women. That's just a reality.
Yeah, so I do have a question for you, Prince, and I appreciate the feedback and the dialogue. But I noticed something, right? When we start talking about the divorce rate when women are divorcing men, it was because men are incapable of loving. When I brought up the fact that 78% of lesbian relationships end up in divorce, now you start talking about America and education, and it's not anybody's fault. It's everybody's fault but the two women that are in the relationship. And it seemed like you said to me that the reason they're in a divorce is because one of the women is acting like a man. I think it's fascinating, right? That you do realize that in these lesbian relationships that end up in divorce, they got the highest rate of domestic violence. We're talking about two women, right? Because I'm only bringing this up because you said 25% of women that cited divorce from men, they cited it because of domestic violence. Would you be surprised to know statistically that when two men get together versus two women, that the men divorce at a much lower rate than women? And so
I know why.
Explain that to me.
I know why. Yeah, let me put it. Thank you. All right. So what I do is root cause analysis. Okay. So anytime you're looking at a problem, right, you don't look at the effect and talk about the effect. What you're talking about is the effect. I talk about the root cause of the effect, right? That's the difference between me and you. So let me tell you about the root cause of these issues. Now, let me tell you about men, why they have lower divorce rates with each other. Okay. There are two things going on here. Number one, I don't know if you know, but scientific studies show and brain scans show that when men look into the eyes of another man, that there's a lot of brain activity, that men actually have emotional connections with other men. Okay, that's number one. When they look into the eyes of a woman, this is scientifically proven. This is scientifically shown in the brain scans. When men look in,
Oh my God, she gotta shut the hell up with this bullshit. That's cap. All of it's cap. It's just her just trying to call dudes gay. All of that shit is cap. Because first of all, how comes when men look at women, there's not that much brain activity? That's bullshit. Because first of all, men are attracted by looks, right? So looking at a woman is more stimulating than looking at another man. That's cap. And I kept telling y'all, I gave y'all the game. Y'all keep listening to all these other weak ass podcasts is not really giving y'all the damn game. Look at where her rings are, y'all. Look at where her ring is. It's on her middle finger. Man, listen.
to the eyes of women, there's very little brain activity.
Going to sleep, y'all.
That men cannot connect with women the way that they can connect with other men. Number two, that because of that, and this social system that pushes men at the forefront, right? And pushes all of the they're centering men for admiration and everything. Men have better connections, or it fosters a better camaraderie with men because not only are they centered and value each other more, and they have emotional connections with each other more, they have more in common, which allows them to be together. Now there's violence there too, but now you have to look at the psychology of what the environment does on women. Women are instilled with a self-hate for other women due to patriarchal philosophies devaluing women. So when women are dealing with other women, they are dealing with them from a place of low value and lack of an expendable mentality. Men are not looked at that way because of patriarchy. So if we gonna talk about some stuff, we gonna have to go to the root, because it is evident and it is common knowledge that the environment and the philosophies have a major impact on human behavior. So why don't we talk about the toxic philosophies that make women devalue each other and worship men, which is called phallic.
You know, everything she talks about when it pertains to women sounds like a personal problem. That doesn't sound like it has anything to do with men. It's a personal problem. And first of all, everything she's saying, if you have half a brain, is capped, because patriarchy isn't pro LGBT. So how can that be? Patriarchy isn't pro LGBT. And then she keeps talking about some men are at the forefront. Weren't you just arguing about men being at the forefront? And the problem is because they're not at the forefront. She doesn't even know what the hell she wants. She doesn't even know what she wants. Typical. So anyway,
phallic worship. Let's get into phallic worship if we gonna talk, because that's a part of it.
Oh, listen.
And she not even saying nothing, and they hyping her up, talking about some. Let's get into phallic worship. Okay, so how comes when you have a relationship with your girlfriend, you have this at some point, you or her have to bring a phallus into the equation? Because I look, I definitely don't swing that way, but I will say this. I've seen dudes get along with other dudes, and one of them ain't pretending to be a woman. They're just two dudes. When we look at y'all relationships, one of them got to pretend to be a man, quote unquote, something that they claim to hate. So you go all out of your way to hate men, and then at the end of the day, turn into one. You tell the world, you tell God, you tell everybody, oh man, we don't need this, we don't need men, and blah blah blah, and then you go get a phallus from Spencer's or wherever the hell you buy y'all shit from, off of Amazon or some shit. Mind you, a man probably delivered it to you. A man probably made it. That truck that drove it to you, a man probably made it. I mean, not even probably. A man did make it. That street that you live on, that's paved by men. That house that you're in, men. Male system, men. That's why it's called male. You get it? And you see how she sidestepped the question about why is there so much domestic violence with women? It has nothing to do with no damn patriarchy. Stop it. That's a personal choice. That's a personal decision. But give it some time, y'all. I'm telling y'all, her and B. Taylor are gonna be going at it, and all of this gonna fly right out the window. All right, let's go.
That's a lot to unpack right there. Phallic, yeah. Damn. I didn't know, but we're gonna find out. Here's the thing. We gotta get to a quick commercial break. Listen, I want Corey on the other side of that, please. You're gonna have to unpack that. Are you ready to unpack that, Corey? What she just said?
I'm ready, man. Let's get to it.
Okay.
I got a quick question before we go. If y'all enjoying the show, put some flame in the chat, man. We're trying to make sure y'all enjoying the show. Put some flame in the chat. Let's go to commercial break.
Yes, indeed.
We on commercial?
Oh, we should be.
What's up, y'all? So most people struggle with sales. A lot of us in real estate, and
Well, that was quick.
What's up, y'all? So most people struggle with sales. A lot of us in real estate, and we struggle with our sales. We struggle with
the accountability and responsibility off of women and placed it back on men. So women who are failing in relationships, it's because of men. Women who are dealing with domestic violence in a woman-on-woman relationship, it's because of men. And I think that's problematic. I think if we're going to have this conversation, it has to be a balanced conversation. And that's the reason I asked you the question, If men are incapable of love and women are capable of love, then why are we still having these type of problems, right? They're leaving relationships with men, they're leaving relationships with women. And again, this is not me trying to rain on women, because I think women are probably God's greatest creation, that's for sure. But we also got to make sure that women take accountability, right? That there are some issues there. There's some traumas there. I agree. But all of those traumas don't come from men. All right. And the fact that women can't get along with each other, I wouldn't blame that on men. Now, as far as the scientific stuff, man, listen, I won't speak on that. If that's her wheelhouse, I wish I would have known. We'd have talked about that. I'd have done some research. As far as the energy between men and women, I'm not sure about that. So I won't speak on something I don't know. But what I do know is this: we all got issues. And I think if we're going to be together collectively in relationships, we just got to work through it. We got to work through it. We got to communicate. And this whole notion that, the only ones that can love is women, sure ain't looking like it, because 78, 8 out of 10 of them relationships is ending up and look like they throwing chairs around in that relationship. And so I don't know. I mean, we talk about men can't love, but.
And let me tell y'all something that's funny about these debates, especially when you have somebody that's like really using religion as a focal point. I've never really seen a religious person, like a super Christian person or something. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I've never really seen them win a debate. I've never really seen them win a debate like that. But this was kind of easy for this dude. But they're gonna give it to Princella because of the it's a popularity contest. And then at the same time too, they're just gonna give it to Princella. She didn't say nothing this whole time.
Right. Like you said, if you want to not deal with emotions and deal with facts, the fact is the highest divorce rate in this country is lesbian relationships. So we can call it internalized misogyny, we can call it what we want to, but these are the facts. That's all I got to say about
it. I find it so funny that men just cannot stop proving my point. Oh, well, she said a lot. It went in one ear and out the other one. Number one, men don't listen. Like I
was listening.
No. You didn't say it your piece. Now it's my turn to talk, baby. It's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay. It went in one ear and out the other. Right. Then you go to scapegoating, right? You go to scapegoating because you wasn't listening and it went in one ear and out the other one. So and then on top of that, I got word, because I was supposed to be talking to somebody else today, but I got word that I was talking to you. I didn't know who you were, but I went and I at least looked at your IG to figure out what your common conversation is. You didn't even do that with me. See, I knew you was coming from a religious point of view, which was why I already had Bible scriptures pulled up. You didn't even have the respect for me to know what angle I was coming from, because you didn't listen.
That doesn't mean he doesn't listen. It simply doesn't mean he doesn't listen. That means that he didn't give a fuck. But anyway.
And so not once, but twice you have shown that you don't listen. And then you go to scapegoat because you don't understand how human behavior actually operates. So I focus on human behavior, and there is a root cause analysis to why everything behaves in the way that it behaves. Because let me tell you something about the laws of the universe. Law of cause and effect. There's a reason behind everything.
Oh, you mean the same laws that you claim that men orchestrated? Like, that shit is so funny how like they are always like so quick to tell men about the laws of the universe. That's why I tell y'all dudes, y'all need to start hosting leg sweeping classes and shit. Because the last people to understand gravity other than when they hit the wall is women, bro. I watched this show where they had a whole bunch of MMA fighters, right? And it was a whole bunch of dudes, and they literally had to look at the dudes and be like, "Look, just kind of go easy on her." One of the dudes didn't give a fuck. He was like, "Nah, hell no, I'm not going easy on this bitch. I'm about to flip this bitch, right?" Literally, this girl got on the gloves. She got on the whole getup. She came up to him and just started throwing these little stupid little punches and stuff like that, really thinking that it was doing something. And he's like looking at the dude with the camera, like, "Bro, are you serious? Are you serious right now?" Then he hip tosses this bitch. Like, she really thought she was getting some shit done. You can't make this shit up. You can't. We gotta teach them every fucking thing, how to use a bow and arrow. If it was up to them, we wouldn't have cars today. We wouldn't have a lot of shit that are luxuries right now. So it's just funny that in the West, again, submission is on a luxury lockout. It's on a luxury lockout. It's on a luxury lockout. How comes you got more women nowadays imitating trans people? More than actual women. Who's the guy that did that documentary? Who's the guy that did that documentary last year when we were in Thailand? What's his name? Matt Walsh. He went around asking women, what is a woman? And none of them could answer that question. None of them could answer that question. And I'm telling you, come 2024, if the majority of them in the West are not calling themselves cisgendered, and they sit there and they fight back, they're gonna sit up there and try to. I put $1 million on it. They're gonna try to blame it on men. I put $1 million on it. Oh, you need to defend us. You need to say something. They about to call us. They about to do no. We ain't about to do shit. We about to sit there, watch and laugh. We got our own shit to deal with. Them your friends, and you in the house alone with them. So figure it out. And you closer to them, so it's more than likely they're gonna call you a cisgendered woman before it really pops off and they start and they start changing. Because we always been at the bottom of the total pole. So we're gonna fight for our shit. Or just completely ignore it. But if y'all start talking and speaking up and saying something about how y'all gonna be treated and all kinds of stuff, oh, your friend. You about to go to jail for a hate crime, and you about to catch something else, because I keep telling y'all, by the time they get their laws and all that shit written, y'all are cooked. Y'all are done. You're done. You can't do nothing. And they took that right out y'all playbook. All of that stuff that y'all it was just a party in the USA, right? I'm so happy that y'all were flexing all of that shit towards men, right? And for the first time, y'all gonna start getting a backlash. Y'all don't realize how dumb y'all sound. Who's telling a man that he can't tell a woman what to do or how to do it and blah, 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 and this, that, and the third? That man can go in a woman's bathroom right now and go put on a dress and a skirt, and you sitting up there high-fiving him. Now all of a sudden he can tell y'all what to do, and it's funny that now he's telling you what's a woman and what's not a woman. Somebody that was just recently confused. And now you got dudes going around asking y'all what is a woman, and y'all can't even answer it because you don't know. What's going on, Third Ward? Shout out to Third Ward Colombian in the building. What's going on, player? Good evening. And happy Thanksgiving, man. I'm gonna throw this on again.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yeah.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone! I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
First of all, I come from a long line of tricks and hoes. Yes, what's the eyebrow thing? I come from a long line of hoes. I'm not the first one, maybe in this generation, but it go all the way back to slavery time. And before then, with the Egyptians and the Moors, a long line of selling pussy. I'm not the first one. My auntie, my mama don't like me saying her name in my interviews. Grandmama, great-grandmama, great-great-great-grandmama.
So was any of them in a $40 line?
$40.
Women are so accustomed to male attention now because of social media that they're addicted to it. The attention and love of one man is no longer enough. She needs it from multiple sources. She needs to know that he wants me, and he wants me, not just him. So now you have all these women shaming men for not being enough. Like, he's not enough. Well, of course he is, because you're addicted to so much attention. It's dopamine to them. It's a fucking drug. And women are shaming men for all this instead of taking the self-accountability to realize that they fucked up their tolerance to intimacy. That no man is ever enough now because they've been with so many types of men. They don't understand that men aren't perfect and never will be. And that's where love actually comes from, is you start to love unconditionally and you stop looking for a perfect partner. And women are stuck in this delusional fantasy where they think they're gonna find these Prince Charming, well put together men who are a blend of a lover boy and an asshole, a man who's romantic but also an asshole. It's like those type of men aren't really out there, and these women just want to pretend like they're gonna find these type of guys instead of realizing that they have desensitized themselves to love, to intimacy. Women are so.
Shout out to Third Ward in the building, man. Everywhere, man. So now you have a Dizike right here that sounds like Batman with the speech pattern of Maya Angelou. Still blaming men for shit. Still having a problem with men instead of riding off into the sunset with her young lady. Still blaming men for shit. Still asking men for shit. Instead of being really self-sufficient with the tools men have given them. It's like it's no winning. 1 minute, oh, we're not equal, but he got to make more money than me. Like I said earlier, if all women start making 200K a year, he gonna have to start making 300 or 350, because he's supposed to take care of the household, and her money's her money, and whatever, right? It's a bunch of stupid shit that you get inundated with in the West. All right. So again, y'all hit the like button, support the show. You can support the show at $PTV888. That's $PTV888. That's $PTV888. At this point, I'm gonna just ask y'all: do you want, for the most part, Western women's rusty ass? Rusty, and when I say rusty ass, do you want their rusty ass submission? It's not even worth it at that point. You got dudes out here look at this. You got Diddy, right? I don't give a damn what the hell. Let me do this. I don't give a damn what the hell Diddy did to Cassie. You got Diddy, who probably, because I don't think he gave her the full 30 million. He probably gave her a good 10 million. Probably $1 million for each year, right? 500K here and the extra 500K for each year. If he's smart, he would have gave her 10 million. Because she was asking for 30. He could have gave her 10, right? Diddy wasn't getting no 4-star, no 5-star treatment from no damn Cassie out the gate. I tell y'all do a little experiment, right? Go to Southeast Asia, or in Colombia, in certain parts of the Dominican Republic, and in Mexico, and in Brazil, and in some of these places, right? And go see if you don't pour a beer, the woman is up there putting ice in your glass, and you don't even pour the damn beer. The women do it for you. You got to keep thanking them. It's to the point that it's weird, right? Massages. You see that weak ass massage she was getting earlier? That shit looked like it hurt. Like y'all don't see this on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes you don't necessarily got to be the one getting it, but if you sit around it enough, you'll be like, okay, damn, there's something there. And you don't have to have money. You don't have to have none of that shit. It's just standard. Okay? So y'all, literally, it's like paying for the $2 million, $3 million condo in New York, and you still walk outside and step and go. Okay? You don't get the driveway. You don't get the Rolls Royce. You don't get none of that shit. You don't have a driveway. You don't have none of that. And you paying and you forking over all of this money. You don't get no type of, like, literally. And then this bitch go in front of the damn judge and lie and say, "Oh, I did all I could for him." She didn't even fix you a damn glass of ice water. And then get paid. Then she goes gay. And still a problem for you. And then she lies too, because half the time, gay people don't even want to be bothered with their bullshit. Oh, don't come over on this side of the fence with that shit. They don't want to be bothered with that bullshit. And I feel bad for them because they get taken advantage of in a lot of cases. I'm for equal opportunity. I'm like, look, if that's the way you want to rock, I believe that, okay, if this woman that claims that she don't want to deal with men no more, claims that she's like the best person ever, and she just haven't been loved right, and she goes across the other side of the fence, I think you should get a decent woman since she claims she's a decent woman. But no, when she goes on the other side of the fence, now she's causing problems for you and kids, and whatever she brought on the other side of the fence with her. And she not operating in tip-top shape. She's not even she can't even cut you a clean slate long enough to respect you. And then she's sitting up here lying to you. And first of all, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If B. Taylor was sitting beside Princella, right, it was listening to what she was saying, I would have gotten out that situation right there and then, because she definitely just sidestepped that whole 78% of lesbian relationships being fucking violent, number one. And number two, being that she gonna sidestep that and blame that shit on men, she leaves herself wide open for anything else to happen. Same way Cynthia G blamed black men for everything, and now some white blogger lady got her whole channel demonetized and took down for the stuff she was saying about black men to abort black male babies. You can't make this shit up, man. So if you got somebody that's gonna sit up there and discredit, first of all, a whole bunch of women, their mating choices, who the people they choose to lay down with, and then just throw all of that shit out the window, you're openly saying that, okay, a whole bunch of women can do whatever the hell they want to do and come over to this side of the fence any old way, and they're gonna put up with it, knowing damn well they're not gonna put up with it. So when the whippings start coming, and low key, half these hoes like getting their ass whipped anyway. It's the strangest shit everywhere anyway. So at this point, it don't matter if it's a man or a woman doing it. Men have to sit back and watch all of the stupid shit, especially black men have to sit back and watch all the stupid shit unfold. When they start turning into men and all kinds of shit, they don't turn into upstanding gentlemen that pull up their pants and obey the law. They turn into fucking gangsters. What's the main three dyke types that you have in Black America? You got the Kevin Gates. That was honorary. You got the Boosie. You got the Manny Fresh. And then who's the other one? Then you got Twister.
Everything. And I dig deep into the reason, into the root of why things operate the way that they're operating.
No, you don't.
And philosophy is directly connected to psychology, which is the reason for people's behaviors. What are the philosophical principles and philosophical ideals that women are under that influences their behavior? Let me tell you, first and foremost, all of the philosophies that women are under are philosophies that come out of the mind of a man. So if you see women behave in a certain way, absolutely, it is a result of the philosophies running on their subconscious program, which was instilled in them by some man. So,
and that's cap. That's cap. That's literally cap. See, men have to deal with reality. We don't have the luxury to be like, hey man, you know what? I'm gonna just live in some delusional world, and whatever happens, I'm gonna just just pretend like it ain't real, and no, we don't have the luxury to do that. We don't have the luxury to live in no damn delusional world. You know what happens when a man lives in a delusional world? He goes to jail. Jail. They got a place for any man that lives in a delusional world. Jail. Women can go around hitting any type of dude, and guess what? The moment a dude swings back to defend himself after being hit, guess who goes to jail? Y'all got it going on right now with Keke Palmer and the husband that she disrespected multiple times. Not saying that that's the reason to assault anybody. It's not a reason to do anything. I keep telling y'all need to leave those relationships before it gets to that point, before it escalates to that point. Because any woman that will feel that she'll put her hands on you, she will get you killed at some point. She has the same mentality to get you killed. And when she put out that video, not even the video, still shots, Because let me tell y'all something. What's the best invention, even though it barely even works? Let me tell y'all what's the best invention that man ever made. A microphone and a camera. Because you can literally catch them red-handed. And you still lose. The judge will hit, oh yeah, she did hit you and she did throw shit at you, but you should have. Like, niggas go to fucking de-escalation classes all fucking day. We don't go to de-escalation classes all damn day. You have to go to work. And you can't even be tired once you get home after you go to work. You don't even get a beer and the game cut on when you get in the house. Again, goes back to the title of today's show: Submission, Luxury, Lockout. In the West, you guys are going through a submission, luxury, lockout. You guys are whittled down to accept the bare minimum. And you're not even getting the bare minimum. They're so used to not giving you the bare minimum, they don't even know how to give you the bare minimum. They don't even know what the bare minimum is. So a lot of you dudes, if you guys want to really, get what you want out of a relationship and not really have to do no big wild shit, hey, you're gonna have to soak up some game. That's number one. Number two, you're gonna have to start dating for personality. That's a personality trait after a while. You better make sure the traits that the girl that you the traits that you want in a woman better be in her ingrained in her personality. It better be ingrained in her personality. Because it's not something that's practiced amongst all of them. She sit up there. She pour you one glass of ice water. You'll never hear the end of it. She make you one plate of arroz con pollo, and not even like, bruh. I've asked all this question for the longest time, for real. Most of the girls that you date, what's the most prestigious meal she can cook for you, bro? Chicken and rice. Who wants to eat chicken and rice all fucking day? Chicken and rice every day. Chicken and rice. Some of y'all don't even get that. She don't even cook. Uber Eats. Uber Eats all day. I was blessed enough to have a mother, right, from the Caribbean. If I caught COVID or if I got sick or whatever, she'll go to the market. Not even just if I got sick, just in general. Just the food that she cooks. She'll go to the market. She know how to make stew, a heart, and not even no little watery ass stew. No, I'm talking about a hearty stew. Something that will heal your ass when you on 1 HP. You mess with modern women today, you're gonna die. McDonald's has no nutritional value in it. And you mean to tell me that the mother of your child, and your child's supposed to be in football and all kinds of sports and all this other stuff, your child getting tore up on the field, and your wife or your baby mama or whoever she is feeding this kid McDonald's every fucking day in Uber Eats. What you finna do? Burger King ain't gonna make your son a prince. Your son can't even do one push-up because he eating a sweetie burger from Wendy's or some shit. She eats crab legs. He eats McDonald's. Tell me where to lie at. And another thing too. Where's B. Taylor? Is she in the room with her kids? Y'all hit the like button. Support the show, man. Y'all gonna appreciate me one day.
If you can't acknowledge that, that means either you don't know because your depth ain't that far, and I know it ain't because you don't have the scientific wheelhouse. But not only is science my wheelhouse, philosophy, math, law, all of these are my wheelhouses, right?
And you still stupid. Wheelhouse. Last time I checked, man invented wheel. Man invented the wheel. And as much as man tries to reinvent the wheel, guess who tries to reinvent the wheel more than a man?
And so I'm talking to someone who don't have the depth or the range to have this conversation with me. You talking from emotion and you talking from religious philosophy, which ain't based in science and fact.
You got a whole
So
emotional. You got a whole emotional creature telling you talking from emotion. If you don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Giving you the actual reasons why
those are not actual reasons. Not saying nothing.
Human behavior shows up in the way that it does. If you can't have this conversation with me on
And first of all, I want to give a shout out to the women that do get it. Because y'all are far and in between. There's a lot of good women out here that's cool as hell. Don't got this problem. I really don't see where this whole world that she's explaining exists at, but okay. If that's the case, you and your girlfriend would have a lot of problems. Last time I checked, the patriarchy. Oh, never mind.
On this level, that I need to get a doctor or a philosopher in here who can actually hang with me. But I'm not going back and forth with I don't agree and I don't feel this way, because you can't prove me wrong if you knew exactly where I was coming from.
Well, again, man, I appreciate that long soliloquy you just gave us there.
And the reason why she just jumped back to 80s rhetoric, and the best thing that she can tell women to do is engage in lesbianism. If y'all haven't looked at the school rubrics coming up, because she tried to say that, okay, now they changed the rubric. So now C students are D students, and it changed or whatever, or whatever the hell she said earlier, which there's a little bit of truth to it. When she was coming up, how can you trust the education that she got? when they were pushing feminist rhetoric at that point, all throughout high school and college, giving them bell hooks books and all kinds of stupid shit, right? So now it's a lot of bit different. Now they're just pushing a whole different agenda at this point, educational wise. Now they're just pushing a whole different agenda at this point. She can keep talking, but even today's lesbian women, the younger ones that are in college and stuff, they're not listening to this bullshit. Man, these kids been practicing lesbianism since middle school. She ain't telling them. She now just acting like she discovered carpets. She acting like she discovered carpets and shit like that. You got women out here that been Aladdin since day one. That's a joke, by the way. Y'all hit the like button, man. Support the show, man. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Y'all support the Thanksgiving show, y'all. Let's cut this turkey for real, man. Cut the malarkey, y'all. She's happy because she became Aladdin overnight. But she more like Abu. These girls been Aladdin. Rolling up carpets and shit and flying and shit. That just gonna make everything go away. Typical.
But let's just be clear. I can definitely handle you when it comes to philosophy, therapy. I knew we were going to be talking about women want to be single and single women want to be married. I didn't know we were going to go into a scientific depth, but I appreciate your information that you gave. But again, because I listen fast, I mean, you talk fast, but I listen slow. Everything that you just said, again, tried to put responsibility back on men. And that's why I stopped listening, because at the end of the day, we have to take responsibility for self. Because here's the reality. If you want to talk about hurt and trauma, some of the greatest trauma I experienced in my life didn't come from a man. It came from my mother. It came from a woman, right? So women have the capability of hurting. Women have the capability of causing damage. Women have the capability of causing trauma, just like men do. I'm trying to have a balanced conversation, but you want to always take the conversation back to every problem is men. And so that's why I said, listen, I heard you. I didn't have to go to your social media page. I spent 3 hours with you on Clubhouse.
Princella up here going after soft targets. Going after soft targets, y'all.
Talk to me about a woman who's been married 30, 40 years and let her tell me about her man, because she can't tell me about our man. Let me tell me about the men that you chose, the men that you had. Don't tell me about the men you didn't have, because you don't know those men. Right? Because if all men were the same, all men will be doing the same. Okay. There's some niggas fucking some punks. And they want some dick. There's a lot of niggas ain't taking no dick. If some nigga beat women, if some nigga won't dare touch a woman. If some niggas say bitch, 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 and if some niggas say, hey, homie, don't say there's women in the room. So we're all different. Yeah, we have the same chromosomes, makeup, all that, homie, but our environments, how we raise, supersede all that shit. Because once you develop a conscience, once you learn right from wrong and you got a conscience, homie, I wouldn't give a fuck what turn you on, you wouldn't do it. I wouldn't give a fuck how horny you is, you ain't gonna cheat on your wife. When you develop that, you fight against your nature. You deny yourself. That's where fasting and praying come in at.
Big surprise, I'm single. This shit is whack. All this self-love. You love me, bitch. Stop. You need a fucking, I need a man. I need help. I need assistance. I need, with all of it. Help with everything. I need help bringing the water upstairs. All of it. I need help. Okay, for every bill I pay by myself, a piece of me dies. It's so unnatural. I'm disappearing. This shit is not normal. So I didn't realize until me and my man broke up how affectionate I was. Like, I'm so physically affectionate, and I didn't realize that I liked this. I'm way too old to be liking this stupid shit, but I love this. You know how when a dude holds you from behind and walks, like how Mexican teenagers be at amusement parks, like... down the aisle when I get married like that, like a dumbass.
I knew exactly what your talking points were going to be. I know exactly what you're trying to do. I understand what the agenda is. And, you know, I'm just not for it. You know, I'm always going to be for people saying, hey, listen, we all got issues. We all got struggles. But at the end of the day, if we come together collectively and we work through our issues, we can have healthy marriages. They can work. And it doesn't have to be this collection of, let me get all of the women come over here and let's talk bad about men. I'm just not here for that conversation.
The thing is, how this works is you let her gather all those women, because all those women about to give her hell. You just let them wait. Because as funny as this joke I'm about to say is, they're lesbians. Let them cannibalize each other. Literally, they're cannibalizing each other. Eating pussy all day and still never ate it. She gonna realize one day she can't eat it. She didn't devour that. The girl took it home. She came with it, left with it. Cannibal.
And so,
well, if you ain't here for that conversation, you should have told him you ain't want to talk to me.
Shout outs to Big Cap in the building. What's going on, player? Happy Thanksgiving, man. Shout outs to Big Cap in the building. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Shout outs to Big Cap in the building. Let's get it.
Because if you had a conversation with me for 3 hours, you should have known what I was going to say. But you didn't, because you just said, hold on, you just said, hold on, you just said, I don't even, because I don't remember you from Clubhouse, because I told you at the beginning that all I remember is triggered people. I don't remember nobody over there with no sense that was talking to me. I remember triggered people. And so you said you wasn't triggered, so I don't know who you are. But if you remember me from Clubhouse, then you should have told Byron and O'Neal that you didn't want to talk to me, because just before you said that, you just said that you wish you would have known that I was going to come with scientific stuff and you would have done your research. So you double talking and you not telling the truth up here. Okay, so you on the defense right now, which I already know, and it's cool. Okay, all right. So, hey, if you cannot acknowledge that a person's core program that's running on them is responsible for how they behave, then we cannot have an intelligent conversation, because you saying you can hang with me, but right now you have.
That's not what I'm saying. Because here's the deal: we know that. That's common knowledge. But
hold on, baby, sweetheart.
I'm sorry.
Sweetheart, thank you, please.
I'm lagging. Are you talking? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because see, I'm the one that still got the picture on the screen here, so you know I'm still talking. Because it ain't for us up here. I'm still talking. All right. Like I said, okay. You say that you can hang with me, okay? But you steady talking about this quote unquote blaming stuff. Sir, we live under patriarchal philosophies. Let me tell you something about the English language. It's constructed of morphemes. It has a suffix, prefix, and a base word.
You gotta get the hell out of here with that patriarchy bullshit, man. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button, support today's show. We've been rolling for 4 hours and 4 minutes. Show some love. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. All right. We've been rolling for 4 hours and 4 minutes. Still giving y'all a show. Demonetized. You know, my Thanksgiving is ruined, but hey, let's go. We're still gonna give y'all a show. Let's get it.
Patri means father. Archy means a type of rule, right? Or governance, right? So we are under the rule of the quote unquote father that don't include the quote unquote mother. So since we live under a patriarchy and we are in capitalism, all of these economic and religious philosophies come out of the mind of a male that women have adapted to. So women's behavior is a result of what men think about women. And the biological nature of the woman
Yeah, like she walks around with like a strap, like an actual strap, just cause.
Woman is going haywire with these conflicting philosophies through economic philosophy and everything. They say is lagging pretty bad. Hold on. What you got in here? What?
Nah, it's not lagging on our
It's
end.
good. It's good. Yeah, it's good on mine.
Oh, y'all can hear it? It's fine.
Oh yeah. You good. It might be the internet or something they use.
Oh, okay, because people keep sending me messages.
Go ahead, Priscilla. It may just be mine.
Okay, all right, no problem. All right. So here's the thing. Like I say, I'm into human behavior. This is my field of study, okay? Science and human behavior and psychology. That's my realm, right? And so when you analyze human behavior, you have to analyze a few different things. Not only do you have to analyze the environment, you also have to analyze the philosophical programs that are running on their psychology. The fact of the matter is, what's running on women's psychology is a whole bunch of patriarchal stuff with a lot of trauma that they have endured from men under this patriarchy. So you can talk la la land stuff all you want to, but I'm solutions based. And let me tell you what it means to take responsibility, sir, since you don't understand that. Y'all think blame and accountability are the same thing, but they not. Accountability is when you see some shit that you don't like, and then you take the reins and change it so you can get a different outcome. The outcome that y'all want women to see that they're not happy, but blame.
The main person that doesn't take accountability, you got them telling you about accountability. That's not accountability. That's called taking the initiative. That's seeing some shit and taking the initiative to change it. That's not called accountability. God damn. I lost a whole bunch of brain cells listening to this, especially on Thanksgiving. That's not accountability. That ain't got nothing to do with accountability. That's seeing some shit and changing it. Not accountability. What you would be accountable for is if you actually successfully changed it. Somebody said, hey, you changed that. And you said, yes, I did. I take accountability for changing. Whether it was right or wrong. Women don't acknowledge that. They try to acknowledge respectability or some other word, but they don't want to acknowledge accountability or accountable, especially if it's negative. All right, let's get it.
Blame themselves and continue to do the same thing over with y'all, expecting a different result. I'm telling women that the reason that they experience what they experience in these relationships is one, the nature of a male. It ain't gonna change. And you all are asking men to do something that they're incapable of doing. And since they ain't capable of doing it, you need to take the reins and take responsibility for your own life and not expect them to do something that they cannot do. And you need to change how you interact with men. You need to change what you.
I told you to fuck all men. That's your problem right there. You talking about men in general. Well, wouldn't be going through this if you wasn't fucking all the men. Uh-oh.
Think about men.
Uh-oh.
And take your life into your own hands and not concern yourself with what he gonna do or what not. Okay. And so that way you can get a better outcome. I'm sorry that what women have to do to get a better outcome for their life don't include you. I'm sorry.
And that's not a better outcome. Y'all lucky dudes ain't petty and be like, okay, well, y'all need to live on your own. Never mind, man. Never mind.
Sorry.
Y'all go look up Bayer Grills. Shout outs to Kevin, because he actually did bring that back. I didn't even think about using that as an example, but that's the perfect example. Y'all go look up Bayer Grills. Where they put all the women on one island and they put all the men on one island. And the men were the man damn near were brewing beer on one island. You know what I'm saying? The men were damn near brewing beer. had a fire going and everything, where the women on their island, they were getting sick, throwing up. One had the people had to step in. One had to get rushed to the hospital. Bitches falling off of rocks, all kinds of crazy shit. It was awesome. Y'all should go take a look at that. Bayer Grills. Happy Thanksgiving.
Man,
put Princella in that environment. She's not gonna come out with a mink. If you put her in that environment, she is definitely not coming out with no mink.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she's gonna get turned into a mink.
This is a
I think I got one more question before we get out of here.
yeah, let's do it.
So
Okay,
Princella,
go ahead. Yeah, it was lagging a little bit on my end, man, but I can hear you guys now.
He about to ask her a stupid.
are you good now?
I can feel it. He about to ask her a dumb question.
Yeah.
You good? All right. So Priscilla, I'm guessing you don't agree with marriage.
Correct.
How are people supposed to have kids?
They having kids without marriage right now. What we talking about? Don't you see it? Ain't y'all complaining? Well, she's a single mother because she had a kid. Baby, listen, let me tell y'all something. Who need marriage?
So you cool with
men.
the single mother?
No, I'm cool with women having a community of support of other women. I don't care if the male stays or if he goes. Girl, you ain't got to wait till no man decide to marry you to have no baby. The creator gave you the power to have a baby whenever you want. If you want to have one at 19, have one at 19. You want to have one at 25, have one at 25. You want to have one at 32, have one at 32. Just as long as you make sure you have a community of women that will support you. He, like biology say, he can produce and skedaddle somewhere. You ain't got to keep him. He is the one that needs you. He need family. He need a woman because survival of the fittest is his problem. And if he don't value you, baby, it's cool.
She said survival of the fittest is his problem. Basically, live off his back. That's what she's telling you. Live off his back. And if y'all don't understand what she's saying, is keep your kid away from him. So you're supposed to live off his back, mess with other women. Don't it sound like the black community that we already have right now that she claimed doesn't exist? What's she talking about? Oh, you know, the one that she used to speak against? She used to go in on single mothers. So, survive off his back. Keep the kid away from him. And deal with other women. And she says that confidently, like she thought about it herself. Like it was just a grandiose idea that she just came up with all by herself. Interesting.
You can raise the children with a community. You don't need him. And if your father, your uncles, and all, they can play the father figure like they do in matriarchal society.
So have your kid around everybody but the actual father.
Who ain't got no problem. I'm not trying to make men do something that I know they ain't capable of doing. Bye.
So basically, us as men just need to donate our sperm. That's it.
Yeah. I think y'all was the
Yeah.
original hoes, and I think that you should be passed around with a community of women. And then when they tired of dealing with you, I think they need to throw you back to the water. I think they need to throw you back in the lake. Now, if you want a wife and you want a family, you better act like you supposed to be there. Because if the moment that you get to tripping, I think women should just go and kick you out the house because they don't need you. You need them. So you better act like you need them.
Kick you out the house that you bought. Kick you out the house that you built. The succubus. Where Black Ram at? The succubus. Are y'all enjoying the show? hit the like button, support the show. 4 hours and 15 minutes into the show. Anybody would have been gone 2 hours ago. Not even. People not even going live really on Thanksgiving like that. Not that I know of, but hey. Y'all support the show, man. Damn, I want a turkey too. You support the show at PTV 888. That's PTV 888. That's $P as in player. T as in television. V as in vagina. 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $P T V 888. $PTV 888. Let's get it.
You better act like you want a woman, and you better start respecting her. And if you can't, because ain't nobody here to cater to you, you supposed to be.
Because once I stop talking, y'all, all you gonna hear is this. You know, once the black man that's speaking up for black men stop talking, hey, don't say I didn't warn you. You know how much things I warned y'all about and it came to pass?
You're adult enough to handle your own life.
The world they got ready for you is way worse than the fake world that they claim that you got for them. Not one man here, millennial, zillennial, bicentennial, subjected them to any of this bullshit. Notice they leave all their choices and the guys that they want. Why the fuck you mad? You chose that nigga. Why are you mad? I don't have to like, I'm not putting you through hell because I chose somebody. You chose them.
Jollof rice combination. Grand Rising. You know, while you've been sipping on that satanic nectar you called bottled water, I've been decalcifying my pineal gland with triple ionic distilled counter reverse osmosis diffused alkaline Kangen water, which can be yours for 2 easy payments of $49.99 per ounce. Call now to get what on earth he just said. Also, Hillary Clinton is a clone.
Sit up there mad as hell for somebody that you chose. And you let him breed you. Damn. Double homicide.
I expect you ladies to understand this. You can change your life. And you can get out of the gutter.
Industry.
Are you crying?
I am.
What's going on? Why are you crying?
And it hit home for me. So
come step up. Come step up. Let me hear you. What happened?
I was saying the gutter is a rough place, you know,
Okay.
and you got to do everything, any and everything to make it, you know, every situation, including aborting twins. You feel me, to better yourself because they do want to leave you. But
You just had an abortion? Twins?
Twins.
Yeah, double homicide.
Bitch.
No, I'm sorry.
And it's sad because out of all of this stuff, the manosphere still cares about women. That's the fucked up part, man. Y'all talking about torturing the people that still care about you. Ain't that something? Well.
And not expect everybody else to serve you.
Byron, what you think about that, bro?
It ain't about what I think. I want to know.
Up here charging y'all like y'all been getting cooperation and submission this whole time, bro. Niggas haven't seen cooperation and submission in like 55 years, bro. How old are you? And even if you in your 60s, bro, you was a kid. Let's be real.
Oh, of course, think about it.
Listen, I'm just sitting there listening to her, you know, and when she was talking about therapy and psychology and all that stuff, I've said it earlier in the show. You know, oftentimes, man, we have these traumas that we haven't fixed, right? And so because I want to be able to talk to her on her level, there's a therapy philosophy that says every person has an exile, a firefighter, and a manager, right? And when I hear Priscilla speak, I just hear her firefighter. What an exile is, the exile is the one that's experienced the trauma. The firefighter is the one that comes to protect the one that's been hurt, right? And so, again, I referenced her marriage. You know, she talked about married for 3 years, and it apparently was a bad experience. What a firefighter says is, in order for me never to have that experience again, then I'm going to create a personification or a personality to protect that child, protect that exile, protect that person that was hurt. That's what therapy says, right? But the problem with being a firefighter is, if you notice, if you ever see a house on fire, when a fire truck pulls up, oftentimes when they put the fire out, the water causes more damage than the actual fire does. So this is a common practice that you find. So I'm just sitting here listening to her, because what I am skilled at is listening, and I can hear people's trauma when they speak. No matter how many scientific terms or medical terms or philosophy terms that you give, at the end of the day, it's just trauma talking. It's an exile. It is the death of hope of marriage, a bad experience. And so my firefighter says, I'm never going to experience this again. And so therefore, I'm going to go in the opposite direction. I will never allow another man to hurt me. The problem is that you've taken your platform and you're speaking to other people's exiles. You're speaking to other women that have been hurt, instead of them getting a manager. And what the manager, that third part, is the person of personality, says, you know what? The exile is hurt, but the firefighter, I appreciate you for protecting me to this point, but now I'm going to go and heal. I'm going to go back and I'm going to heal that childhood trauma. I'm going to go back and I'm going to deal with those issues, because I don't think it's God's will for my life. Or I don't even think it's the universe's desire for me to look at every man as incapable of loving. I don't think that's what the universe would desire for us to do, and definitely not what God would want us to do. And so, again, I love the way that you just bloviated right there. You talked about I'm not on your level, and I'm not depth enough, and I didn't study. But what I am studied at is, I know when I hear trauma speak. I know when I hear a way for you to sexually put words together and make yourself feel better with your intellect, but it's still trauma speaking. It's still trauma leaking out, and you can hear the trauma and the danger. The reason I talked about divide and conquer is because what I've seen you do is speak to other people's trauma, and you're giving no solution. There's no solution that you're giving to the situation, except for, let's just use men for semen and throw them to the side. And I don't think that's, I mean, do you really think that's what the way God designed this world? Do you really think that's what he wants for us, to throw all men away? I'm not going to ever say throw all women away. That's just trauma speaking.
You need women. Of course you're not going to throw them away. Yeah, I mean, like.
Hold on one second. Let me. Yes, sir. Oh no, I'm sorry.
What type of trauma you think is taking place? You mentioned trauma a few times.
See, man, here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. As skilled as she says she is, one of the things that I'm good is I've learned to listen to what they're saying beyond what they're saying. Trauma has a voice. Trauma has a stench. You can hear it. We're on Clubhouse all the time. If you just sit back and really listen to people, you can hear the hurt. And so what has happened is, I'm hurt. I've had this experience. That's why we went there and we talked about that marriage. It was a bad experience, and I don't want to experience that again. Instead of me recognizing that this marriage doesn't represent every marriage, that this man doesn't represent every man, that I'm going to go fix me so that I don't experience that again. Instead, let me just talk about how men are incapable of loving, and let me speak to other women's trauma. And I think that's the danger, because we all have a level of trauma. Every last person watching this have experienced some level of trauma in their life, and it's our responsibility to go back and heal that. But when you start saying, for example, let's just take a man that was married and he went through a divorce, and the wife took half of his money, right? And now he comes on a podcast and he listened to O'Neal talk about all women want to do is take your money. Well, the problem is that was the woman you dealt with. Every woman is not like that. And I think it's a very dangerous rhetoric, and that's the trauma that you hear. So instead of me taking responsibility to own my own stuff, I'm not saying I'm owning the experience, but I'm owning my reaction. I'm owning my thoughts. I'm owning my feelings. Instead of me doing that, I'm going to go study things that help to double down on what I feel. So I'm going to go study this, and I'm going to grab a scripture that I'm going to talk about completely out of context. I'm going to talk about some philosophy that's completely taken out of context. And this is what I'm going to do. And that's trauma at its finest. And so that's the reason I just sit back and I listen to it talk. And anybody that's on the YouTube channel right now, if they got an ear, they can hear that this is trauma. Because O'Neal, you just asked a great question. What is the end result? So what's the end result for all women to go be with women and just become carpet munchers and we just go do this and we go X men out, but you still need me because you said you need semen to produce. Because here's the reality, we need each other. You keep saying that women need men. I mean, men need women, but the reality is we need each other. That's the way it was designed. So you take your group of people and y'all go move to this island, just hypothetically. How you producing without men? You can't. You take men and you move to an island. How are you producing without women? You can't. We need each other, and that's the reason that I'm sitting there just listening and saying, okay, I hear you, but I hear trauma speaking, brother. That's me.
Okay. All right. Thank you for speaking. Okay. So you hear a lot besides the intelligent stuff we was talking about, because you didn't let it be known 2 times that you wasn't listening. Okay, it went in one ear out the other one, right? But all of a sudden now you're listening and now you can hear, right? So you're really on the defense.
But wouldn't that just be honest with you?
Yeah, these player studs are hilarious, bro. You a whole man with your nails done.
Sir. I had enough respect
and even make a fist
to not cut you off even when I wanted to. So I'm gonna need you to have the same self-control and keep your mouth closed while I'm talking. All right. Now, like I said, you on the defense, right? And you're swinging real hard and you just hitting the air, you're punching the air. But word on the street is this your second marriage. And word on the streets, you got some domestic violence stuff that might have happened with the first one. I'm gonna need you to address that while you want to ask me
See, she going straight personal.
About mine, right? I'm gonna need to understand what your first wife, what kind of trauma that she needs to own that you ain't responsible for. Okay, I want to know that too. Secondly, right? What you think is the solution, or that we need each other, sir? It take 3 minutes for you to jack off. It take 3 minutes for you to bust in a woman and then go on about your merry way. You want a woman to fight you to stay and beg you to stay in a marriage that you ain't fit for. Because let me tell you something.
They get mad because they get stuck with the child. But if you ask another woman, they're happy because they get to keep the child. That's a check. Oh Lord. This shit is ridiculous, y'all.
About nature, it's unnatural to force people to go against their biological nature and to stick into something contrary of what their emotions are.
A lesbian is telling you about biological nature and forcing something to go against this biological nature. Can you believe it, bro? The jokes write themselves, bro.
Are telling them to do, right? So you want women to tolerate abuse. You want women to sit up here and listen to you do exactly what you're doing to me. See, I'm going to tell them that they ain't got to put up with that. Because, see, you dismissed everything that I said. And then you had the nerve to try to belittle me and my intelligence. And you've been doing it since the moment I began talking, right? But you claim that you're capable of love. I tell my women, you ain't got to put up with this. Because, see, I wouldn't give you another ounce. I wouldn't give you another second if we was in any kind of relationship, right? Because it's not even worth it, right? You're dismissive and you're disrespectful, right? But I ain't really going in on you like that, right? I just hear what you saying and I just let my women hear it too. And guess what? You gonna push them away from you more than I can. And I'm gonna say this, you right. For me, I decided to munch carpet. And I got a beautiful one too. And I've had a better relationship with her than I have ever had with any male, right?
But how can you say that? Stupid bitch. How can you say that? Y'all just got together. You ain't had no kids with her. Man, listen, man. I'm not trying to be no hater, but give it to Christmas, y'all. It's not even gonna make it to Christmas, bro. I'm telling you. Telling you, man.
Swag like mine because it ain't a nother like me. Huh? Since the day of my birth until I leave God's green earth, it ain't gonna be a nother like me. They can duplicate, they can replicate, they can make carbon copies. A motherfucker could do me better than me if we swap bodies. Cause it ain't a nother like me.
Bitch, I drop dick on the bitch. I drop a dick on the bitch. Huh? I drop a dick on the bitch. What? Oh shit.
And by you thinking that you're going to put this all on my ex-husband, baby, I'm 37 years old. If you think that my ex-husband is the reason that I don't deal with y'all no more, you sadly mistaken, right? He don't even come in the top 2 that made me make this decision, okay? All right, so I got a lot more experience with men, and listening to y'all and watching how you behave, and you just added fuel to the fire because you really behaving and you don't even have the self-awareness to see it. And I'm not going to inform you. I'm going to just let you think that you different while everybody else can see that you exactly like the majority of people, males, that I've talked to on these platforms. You just like the ones that they have dealt with. You just like the ones that I didn't talk to. You ain't no different. You ain't no different.
Well, you know, I appreciate not being different, and that's your opinion, right? And so I think what I can say that I've watched, you know, whether you was on Clubhouse or on here, I think you say things intentionally that are triggering to men, like you intentionally try to demean men to make women feel a certain type of way. I'm not going to respond like some of the guests that I've seen you on podcasts with. I'm not going to respond in that matter. You think I'm being emotional. I'm just listening to you. And again, like I said, I hear trauma. Now, let me be very clear. The only reason I mentioned your marriage is because you mentioned it. And the conversation was about married women wanting to be single and single women wanting to be married. And so when you start talking about the confinements of marriage, it's a little bit different. Well, I'm sure you had other relationships, right? And again, those relationships that we have, whether we're starting from your father all the way to the relationship you had, has dictated why you feel like that. But here's the problem. Every woman hasn't had your experience, just like every man hasn't had my experience. So you brought up, let's be very clear. You brought up my first marriage, and we were married for 13 years. And my wife and I are phenomenal friends and raised 2 beautiful daughters and are great friends. And so, as a matter of fact, she's probably on here watching right now. It didn't work. You know, we got married extremely young. We were part of that statistic that you talked about, and it didn't work. But and whatever issues I had at that time, listen, man, I accept it. Now, the second thing is this thought process about domestic violence. I've often said this, man, that people don't need the truth. They just need a trending topic. You know, at the end of the day, you don't know. And that's absolutely not what happened. And if you look at the results, you see every charge was dropped against me. And I was basically shown that I didn't do what I was accused of. And so, but I agree, I understand. On a conversation like this, we got to throw that out there. But you're throwing an empty cup with nothing in it. I wouldn't be on here talking the way I'm talking if I knew that I had done something like that. That's just not who I am. And yes, I am on my second marriage. Things happen. Communication breaks down. You get married when you're young. You're not ready. You're not prepared. But you learn. We're nascent. We're always becoming. We take accountability. And the challenge that I had with your conversation was you're not allowing for women to take accountability. I'm taking accountability. I can look right here in this podcast and say, you know what? I take accountability for anything I've ever done, and I've grown. I've become better. But when you start saying that women can love and men don't have the capacity to love, but again, when you go back to the facts, because what you told me earlier, when we start having this conversation, and I started having a conversation with you, you said, I was in my feelings, let's deal with the facts. And you start throwing these stats out there. And when I come back with the stats and say, okay, you say women are better at loving. You say men are horrible at loving. Why is it that 78% of women that love women end up in a divorce? Why is domestic violence there? What you wanted to bring up tonight. The reality is we're all in a depraved state. We all got our issues. It's not just men. I'm not ever going to say that women have not had bad experiences with men. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that men can't do a better job of listening. You'll never hear me say that. But what the one point that you continue to make that I just continuously disagree with is men not having the capacity to love. And I say that because I love extremely hard. That's who I am. And so I think Byron and O'Neal know that about me. That's probably one of the reasons they brought me on. I'm not going to argue that point, and I'm not going to let you put that on men, because the challenge with that is what you do is for a woman that has not felt loved, that trauma, you give them the answer instead of them going and healing and maybe allowing life to give them a different experience. And that's most of the women that are in your group. I would assure you, if they're part of your tribe, they've had some bad experiences with men. And so instead of them going through trauma, going through therapy and getting healed, let's just look at all men as bad. I just think that's problematic. And so that's just my 2 cents on it. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I'm glad we went on and got that out the way. It didn't hit the way you thought it was going to hit, did you? I know you had your statisticians over there, your group over there.
Actually, it just proved exactly what I've been saying. And here's the thing. Yeah, I appreciate you trying to take half accountability. But the reason why you got them domestic violence charges is because of the nature of a man, right? And I expect your situation to be exactly what you put it out there to be. I expect that. I expect that within 13 years, I know your wife was had a lot of problems, right? Because of the nature of a man, baby. And so, ladies, the reason that relationships do not work with men and women is because you are polar opposites.
One of the problems she's going to have is that even though she got B. Taylor, some other girl is going to come in the mix. You still don't have to. You got your girl, bro. Get out the game. Like, you don't, like, drop your book, speak your knowledge, and then go about your business. You don't have to convince women no more. But it's gonna fall short. Watch. And the B Taylor, she gonna get jealous. Watch.
Biologically and neurologically, and it just ain't gonna work. You're gonna have to cut yourself down a bunch, right? So so somebody got trauma behind your existence, right? And for some reason, I think women are expected to do all the forgiving and do all the compassion, which means that women are more capable of love than men could ever be, because women are expected to do all of the things of love while men do nothing but continue to run women into the ground and to defend their egos, right? So that's all cool. So I definitely appreciate you acknowledging that, right? Because I ain't got no domestic violence charges. I ain't never had no domestic violence. Nobody ever said that they hit me. But I tell you what, I done had men put their hands on me. Absolutely. You know why? Because that's associated with testosterone, right? So I expect y'all to do just that. And let me tell you something about love. You say, I love. I don't ever, I ain't cut you off yet. I ain't cut you off yet. And trust me, there have been times that I have wanted to, but I held my composure and I just let you talk. But anyway, you say you love hard. That lets me know again that y'all ain't capable of love, because love is not a hard thing. Love is a philosophical concept of the mind.
What the fuck are you talking about? Love is a philosophical context that is a philosophical construct. Princella, you look like my avatar. Look at her. Listen to her voice and look at my avatar.
Which means it's a software. Love is soft. It's a soft skill. Soft skills are where women excel, because softness is a feminine concept. Love is a feminine concept. Any dude talking about he love hard, you make me think you hit bitches. And it's probably possible with the DV charges. Stop loving hard. Stop hitting women.
And The funny part about like lesbians like this is that they be really believing that they can love a woman better than a man. Like they be really like, I can. They be on some Mary J. Blige. I can love you better than she can, right? Well, he can at this point. They be like, you can never love a woman like how I love the woman. You can never love the woman like I do. Never felt the cervix in her life. Never felt the back of a coochie a day in her life. But you can never. Tongue can't even go that far. You can never love a woman the way I do. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You don't approach women. You don't even talk to women. You know what? You know what? You know what? Because it's just funny because I'm getting into this stuff. You know what's funny? I'm gonna get y'all the game. You know what life is like for men? Trading Forex with your real money. You know what life is like for women? Trading Forex or any type of crypto or asset or whatever with a demo account. Oh, yes. Money given to you by other people, not yours, nachos like some chips. There's really no repercussions for losing because it's just another number, and then somebody's gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not even real. You can't say that you went through the same. What I'm saying is you can't say that you went through the same experience that a man went through loving the same chick. That nigga can't follow her into the women's bathroom. You can. Y'all sex not the same. It's something completely different. And listen, I don't got no problems. Contrary to popular belief, I don't got no problems with the L Gibbet. I don't got no problems with unique. As players, we call them unique relationships. That's a unique relationship. Nothing wrong with being a unique relationship. Your only job, though, after you get into a unique relationship, is to cherish it. Don't fuck it up. But it's not the same. And any woman, y'all don't. You and a man don't get the same shot. Same bitch, but not the same shot. It's actually even more scarier. That's why I'm glad to be a man, because I would rather a woman be more fake with me, or give me a little resistance in the beginning, and then you know what I'm saying. And I wouldn't say you have to work, but you have to go through some shit to kind of really see the real her. These little lesbian relationships, women be so fake with each other. They'll be in full. It's even worse than a marriage, man. They'll be in a full-fledged commitment with a representative. And both of them be using dildos. So what's gonna happen when both of y'all want dick? Who gonna sneak dick first? Oh, the one with the baby father? Or the one that's putting up with the kids? Like, it's not even a good situation. Like, you welcome B. Taylor. And B. Taylor, you guilty too, because you walked into it too. But B. Taylor gonna act like she a victim. I don't see Princella for real acting like she a victim. But I know B. Taylor's gonna for sure act like she a victim. You walked into it like a Sweet Chin Music. You walked into it. It hit different. Well, walking into some bullshit like that, man, listen. You walked right into it. She got 1 to 2 kids rolling around. She driving the truck. The baby daddy still come around. She got more women to convert and turn. She about to get old real quick. Unless you about to write a book or become her assistant, which I kind of see you doing now. But honestly, I don't think B. Taylor's an idiot. Because that Cynthia G cake going around, right? And B. Taylor gonna monetize some of her audience. B. Taylor gonna monetize some of her audience. You can tell it's for clout. They're like a mismatched lesbian couple. Princella's supposed to be glowing right now. Both y'all hoes supposed to be golden. Y'all should be having some good sex. You should look like Buddha right now. You should be gold. But you're not. The hat would have exposed it. That shit for play. I'm gonna see if any other lesbian gonna call it out. I don't get gay vibes, man. I just don't get gay vibes. I don't care how much somebody sits in your lap and rubs your back. They just do that with regular girls anyway. And that says something. I'm telling you, I've been around all kinds of shit. If I don't get gay vibes from it, And I know a lesbian when I see one. You know how much exes I done had that, oh, I'm gay, or oh, I got a boyfriend, lying their ass off. And these are exes. Turned around and laughed at that shit later on. Remember when you said you was this? Yeah, laugh. Four hours and 48 minutes into the show. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Giving y'all effort. I could have been closed down, y'all. Numbers are low. Most people don't even know I'm live. Don't leave your boy hanging, man. Support the show. It's Player Talk. Let's get back into this foolery before we get up out of here, man.
We want soft love.
Try to take a little Thanksgiving nap before I get up and do another show. Y'all support the show, man. Hardworking black man in progress. Henry. All right. Let's get it.
What love's supposed to be. Okay, I'm through talking.
I think you're on mute, Corey.
You're on mute.
They should have just left her talking for real. And just don't tell her she's on mute. And just start laughing. Just leave her talking. With her slow, methodical. Because that's the only thing that's really helping her out. I gotta start doing that more. I used to do that. I talk fast. But when you're slow and methodical and pick your words more, pick your words a little bit more, wiser. People tend to hang off your every last. I don't even got to finish it. You know what I was about to say. Word. That may fool a bunch of bitches. And I see it is. All right.
Okay, can you hear me now, bro?
Yes, sir.
No,
You're good.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say, man, listen, Priscilla, I give you a round of applause, a standing ovation for that. That was phenomenal. It did not impact me because, at the end of the day, nothing that you said was true. I do find it fascinating, but I'll say this. One thing that men will always do is we're going to cover and we're going to protect. And so I'll let you believe what you want to believe. But this thought process that only men have testosterone, which is not true because we both have testosterone. But there are some men that get attacked by women. And I'll just leave it at that. There are some men that get attacked by women. And so the proof is, again, what I said earlier with the stat, 78% of lesbian relationships end up in divorce and as domestic violence. This thought process that you want to continue to bloviate over these internet waves, it's problematic. It's problematic. You're never going to bait me into having that type of conversation. I'm here. I understand. I know you got your hive and your tribe that went out there and wanted to dig something up, but it didn't hit the way you thought it was going to hit because it's just not the truth. Let me be very clear. My ex-wife and I have a great relationship. We just grew apart. You know, we just the communication wasn't the best. And so, but this, again, I just want to say this. Men have the ability to love, whether they love hard, love soft, whatever the case may be. Men have the ability to love, and this thought process that only women can love, I just think it's just a problematic talking point. It's horrible jargon. It benefits you as you recruit. Now, what I can say is you a master recruiter. That's for sure. Now, listen, you know how to go get the broken and the bruised women and bring them over there and put them, you know, to be part of your posse. But I just want to speak to some of those women. Don't always fall for that rhetoric. There are men out there that will love. There are men that will help.
And the fucked up part is that she's adding to the broken and batteredness of those women too. And it's sad that men are going to get blamed for it, and none of the blame is going to fall on her. She's adding to it.
Help you build. There are men out there that will help you with the domesticated things in your home. There are men that would allow you to continue to be upward mobile and help with the children and pursue after your careers. There are men like that. But if you want to listen to Miss Priscilla, you know, as she tells you how men don't have these capabilities, but when women do some of the same things, she goes back to blaming it on men, right? Some of these independent, intelligent women, now you go back to blaming it on men. I just think that's problematic.
Wow. You know, I gotta jump in. So I want to hear from the audience, you know, because we have to get the audience in on this, man. I want to know, first of all,
shout out to the super chat.
Yeah, shout out. Yeah, you want to shout out to super chat real quick?
Crazy.
Yeah,
y'all been going crazy. We got Foreign Spice, Facts and Snacks. We got B Taylor. We got Queen. We got Metaphysical Mind Space. We got Smooches. We got Bro Science. Man, y'all going crazy for grown women only. Appreciate y'all, man.
I want to know something from the audience. You know, do y'all believe that we are in a state where, okay, put a 1 in the chat if you believe that the way we are doing relationship right now is broken and needs to evolve. If you believe that it is broken right now and needs to evolve, put a 1 in the chat. If you believe that we can fix it by trying to, you know, build our traditional foundations back on those biblical principles, put a 2 in the chat. So you think people need to go back to the traditional version, put a 2 in the chat. If you believe that what we have right now is broken and we need to create something new, put a 1 in the chat. Wow. There's a lot of 1s. So a lot of people believe, let me make sure I'm refreshing. Yo. Okay, so it's a lot of 1s in the chat. So the 1 is the people who believe that relationships are currently broken and we need something new. The way we do relationships is broken. Yeah. If you believe we need to just go back to the traditional version of marriage, put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat. If we just need to go back to the biblical traditional version of marriage, put a 2 in the chat. Wow.
Ooh.
Wow. So nobody believes. So nobody believes that we need to go back to the traditional version of marriage in this chat at all. That is phenomenal.
1, brother.
It's probably like a couple 2s. Crystal. Okay. Shout out to Crystal. She's a 2. Okay. Do we have any more 2s? Like this can't be. Wait a minute. Yo, like what we doing? All right.
We got Bam with a 2.
Bam with a 2. Okay, shout out to my guy Bam. All right.
Bam and Crystal need to hook up then.
Wow. Somebody said 2 kind of wow. So Corey, what Corey, what's your thoughts on this? What's your thoughts on this?
You know, I think that's a loaded question because when you start talking traditionalism and going back to biblical days, women, for the most part, didn't work. Women were at home. We're not in that day and age anymore, man. Women are upward mobile. They educated. They got careers. I don't know if it will ever go back to that. But I do think that we should go back to some of the biblical principles and never lose those when it comes to marriage, when it comes to honor and us being connected and being one. And following each other, loving each other, putting God first. You know, I think that's important. I don't know that we will ever devolve. I think relationships are evolving. And that's just a fact.
What's your take on that, Prince Stella?
I agree that relationships are evolving. We have to move out of the state of codependency to interdependency. Traditional relationships are founded upon codependency. And in order to be in an interdependent relationship, you have to be an independent person first. Men don't like independent women. They want women to need them for something, which screams codependency, because that's what codependency is founded upon, needing the other person. A true interdependent relationship is where two individual, independent people who are whole come together and they share. That's not the type of relationships men want, because men struggle to become independent, self-fueling people. They need women. So women, if they start to elevate, they will not have healthy relationships with men unless you start treating a man like a puppy. Unless your husband becomes your dog that you understand is only capable of pooping and drinking water and cuddling with you here and there, and then he run out and do. As long as you understand that's the relationship you're gonna have with a male, then you can have one. But if you're looking for an equal partner to accept you in all of your wholeness and your glory, and you expect him to be equal to you, you're gonna have a problem.
You know, did Byron leave? Okay. What I was going to say, yeah, it looks like it was disconnected. You know, Priscilla, I'll just say this. Again, I just think that's problematic rhetoric. I think we need each other. I don't think men just need women. I think women need men. I think we need each other. And I think that's just a fact. We need each other. That's all I'm just gonna say. We need each other. I don't know where you're getting this thought process from, but I'll just continue to say that we need each other. And I love what you did say about interdependency and not being codependent. I can't agree with you on that. I don't think we need to be codependent on one another. I think there needs to be interdependency where we depend on one another. That's what partnership is about. That's what teamwork is about. It's interdependent. I'm not codependent, but I am interdependent, and we work together. You know, if y'all don't think that y'all need men, I'd like to see what that looks like after about 20, 30 years of nothing but women. That's just, it makes no sense at all, right? It makes no sense at all to say, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense for what you're doing, obviously, but it makes no sense to say that women don't need men. We need each other.
Why it don't make sense for you?
I mean, how do you procreate? You know, how do you procreate? We can't. We
drop it off and we keep it going.
No, but here's the deal. You still need men. You need what's being extracted from a man for procreation.
But I told y'all already that y'all could be passed around. Like, nobody's saying that we don't need slaves. Nobody said that we didn't need somebody with extra genes. We don't need you for relationships, sir. We don't need you to live in the house. You can come and drop off some Peter Whacker for women who still want to get pregnant, and then you can go on about your way. Nobody's going to stop you. What I'm talking about would not stop you from going to deal with whatever woman you want, because the women over here would not even check chase you, right? They would take you, they would take the seed, they would procreate, and then tell you you don't got to be in the child life if you don't want to. Ain't nobody gonna chase you and make you be there, right? And so at the end of the day, we only need a couple of men for that.
Do you know how fake that is and how cap that is? Yeah, we just gonna use you as a slave. You know, we're gonna take your seed. See, if men set up that situation and men were getting the best out of it, she would get mad. And no, they just don't want your seed. They want your resources also. Women come after your resources. The whole thing is to pretend like they're not going after your resources. They want your resources. Cassie was in a whole new relationship, got a whole baby and everything. But what she wanted, resources. So Princella's lying to y'all. And they lied to y'all until the baby comes. They could say whatever the hell they want and what they gonna do and all this other stuff. But guess what? When you get the baby, then she wants child support. She should, if that's the case, then she should abolish child support. Uh-oh. Don't want to go there, huh? They want child support because she herself is mad that she had to be a single, that she not even a single mother. She had to be a mother. She's mad because the kid. She's not mad at the man. She mad because the kid took her away from her trucking job and probably burnt a hole in her wallet. She didn't like that she had to tend to a kid. I gotta find that live stream where she was yelling at her children. Not saying that she hates her kids because she yells at them. Everybody yells at their kid at some point, but there's like a disdain there, man. There's like a vitriol there that I read, you know. So maybe it is a good thing that B. Taylor is around for a little bit. But wait until they start beefing. Oh, B. Taylor she gonna bring all that shit into the mix. Oh, your kid and blah blah blah. Women are real dirty with each other. Women are real dirty with each other. And you gotta let them self-destruct because it's the women that's gonna fuck a guy. I'm not worried about no dude. Princella ain't worried about no dude. It's a woman that's gonna end up sabotaging or damaging what she got. Sadly. I mean, like, how many times we got to see this play out? That's like me and you right now know damn well we about to go see the remake of the Titanic, and I'm like, hey y'all, you know it's gonna crash, and you like, well, you know they got an alternate storyline. I don't think it's gonna crash this time, Kuda, man, because you know the Titanic. You know, when the Titanic is famous for crashing. I don't know how much times y'all gonna keep watching the Titanic, knowing damn well what happens to the damn boat. And for some reason still think it's not gonna crash. When somebody's like, hey, it's gonna crash. How you know? It did it the last 50 times. How about the Titanic's my favorite movie? I think I would know if it's gonna crash, right? Switch it up. Plot twist. But people be really thinking that it's a real plot twist. Oh, it's not gonna crash. That's cap. It's not gonna crash. Oh, we going down, baby. It's going down.
We can have 10 men and 200 women. And hey, y'all want to have a baby? Okay, go pick Corey. I think no, let's get O'Neal. Okay, all right, let's just pass them around. We'll have a bunch of babies and then let them go back to the wild where they want to be. Right?
Man, it's so crazy how you don't like men treating y'all like hoes, but it's so easy for y'all to treat a man like a hoe. Let's just pass him around. Really? Let's just pass him around. That makes the man valuable. You ain't no queen bee then. The man is the queen bee. The queen bee's the one that's surrounded by all the bees and getting breeded. Y'all gonna start envying the man for being the queen bee or the king bee. See how dumb this broad is. Let's just pass him around instead of going to go get her own man. Then get mad at niggas when he had multiple women. Then you might as well have stayed with your cheating baby daddy, you stupid bitch. Damn, you can't be this dumb. Some of these schools need to get a Twitter and start denouncing some of these girls, man. And shout outs to everybody that been rocking with me the full 5 hours, man. Y'all support the show, man. Y'all not entertained? Damn. Kept the same integrity, y'all. With less people on Thanksgiving. Y'all can support the show. You know, I appreciate everybody that does support the show, but y'all can support the show. Come on now. Come on now. That's a lot. One person. All right. But this is the stupidity. Like, it's worse than slavery. And you know, it's not that women want equality. They don't want none of that shit. All the little bullshit that they claim they want. They don't want none of that shit. They want their turn to do what they think that they didn't even go through. They want their turn to do what they think man did to them or put them through. When in reality, with the exception of most women, men have been actually pretty generous. Pretty generous, man. I can get on here and talk crazy about men, call them all kinds of stuff, and then open up an OnlyFans, or better yet, steal manosphere talking points and create a career. People like myself help pave the way. Damn.
Right? We're not forcing you to be in marriages. We're not forcing you to stay at home. We're not forcing you to do nothing. And then when planet Earth decides that she wants to correct herself, baby, the ether is responsible for turning on and off genes, right? So you don't get no say over that. So at any point that that Mother Earth wanted to communicate with the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system, right? The infinite intelligence within the body of a human being, and turn those parthenogenesis genes back on in human females, that could be done. And then women could begin to reproduce without you. But until then, we don't need but 10 of y'all. 10 of y'all. And then like it don't need to be 1-to-1. For what?
Would y'all rather straight men or gay men?
Well, gay men seem to have a lot more emotional intelligence. Okay. Straight men don't have none. So here's the thing: if you want to cohabitate with somebody, hey, they're gonna have to have some infinite intelligence. If you don't want no gay man who seems to have better have a better sense of humanity about him to be able to communicate with you, get you a straight one. Just throw him back in the ocean, right? Go catch him fish, get a little sperm, and send him back where he came from. You ain't got to marry him. You ain't got to buy the whole pig to get some sausage.
Yeah, but you want something from them. I mean, other than sex, men can want something from a woman, but we don't get nothing else other than sex. We just want that. We want the action of sex. You want an actual physical seed. You don't even know why you replicating at that point. Imagine sounding this dumb, right? Calling yourself a lesbian, but sneak dicking, having a whole fucking baby just to push it off on another woman or another group of women or sister wives. You bringing down the lesbianic. Let's be honest. You bringing down the lesbitarian crypto by doing that. You fucking up the lesbian economy. We're gonna have to meet up with some lesbitarians and really talk about this. Y'all fucking up the lesbian economy. What if a whole group of single lesbians don't want nothing to do with men? I don't care if they carry seeds. You got some women that's like that. But you got some women that's just like this. Can't talk all of that shit, but can't leave men alone. Up here bothering them for their sperm. Why don't you produce it yourself? What was that? What was that thing y'all had going on a long time ago saying women can self-pregnate themselves? Remember that stupid shit they were pushing? She was probably one of them Hotep women that was pushing that stupid shit. I'm pretty sure if I do my homework and if my memory serves me correct, she probably was one of those women that said that women can impregnate themselves. Remember when they were saying that? You have an egg. You incubate life. You don't give life. You give birth. And you try to make it seem like it's cool to have a kid without a father. And you try to make it seem like it's cool. You don't even know what you're telling black women on the back end. You're trying to seem like it's cool that the kid doesn't have a father. And then you're trying to seem like it's cool to have a baby in a man's image. And the man ain't even there. And the baby look like you and him. And you just a thief. You just a fucking thief. You just think that the baby's yours. Fucking cum thief. You damn thief. Talk about some take his sperm and send him back. You lucky he don't come back and unsubscribe your goofy ass and move on with his kid. Because Lord knows dudes can do that. And you can't do shit about it. Imagine if dudes just snapped and say, you know what, we just about to just start unsubscribing motherfuckers after they had our baby. We don't need your breast milk. We got cows. We got it figured out. Goofiness, man. And this is coming from somebody that claims that they're super smart. I can't tell.
You ain't got to buy a whole pig, just get some sausage.
I see the chat with the gay men.
I got a question. Hey, Priscilla got me on. I'm over here dying, man. Hey, listen, so Priscilla, let's deal with this fantasy world that you want to create, right? Let's go there. We're in this fantasy world. The men out in the woods, the women are in the town. They come in, they get the women pregnant. What happens when 7 out of 10 women that are in a relationship end? Do those women go to the woods with the men, or do they stay in the town? Like, what happens? Because statistically, we're seeing that women being together in this fantasy world.
She's stupid as shit. She thinks she gonna be up there protecting the women. Who gonna protect the women then? Who gonna protect the women then? Well, women don't realize that women in a herd start to resemble cattle. I hate to say it like that, ladies. Y'all know I got endless love, but y'all, I hate to say it like that. Y'all in a whole herd are no different from cattle, like cows. Just a ball of confusion, don't know what to do, and can be preyed upon. Don't think I'm being crass. Another woman told me this. Actually, a doctor. She made the cattle comparison. She's right.
But that's not really.
We're gonna protect the women while they off getting some six from men that they claim that they don't like.
Working. So is it until it stops working in your city, then we throw those women to the woods to the men? Like how talk
No, we ain't even created my city yet. All right, we ain't even created it yet. I'm just telling you, based on y'all's biological nature. Hold on, based on y'all biological nature and your current behavior, I'm trying to make it easy for y'all. I don't know why y'all want to fight me. Y'all already like cheating on women anyway. You already like knocking women up with multiple kids. All I'm saying is women need to stop chasing you and just let you do it and stay out there, stay over there. And so it's a bunch of pick-me's that still want to try to have relationships with y'all. Unfortunately, y'all don't want the pick-me's, but I'm trying to tell them to go with y'all so that y'all can be a happy family. And then all the women that got sense, I'm telling them to let the pick-me's have you and stop fighting the pick-me over you, right? But if they happen to want a child from you, we can pick the most attractive one, pass you around, and put you back in your original position of being a hoe, okay? Because men are for the streets. They are for fun. They are not for relationships. So get you one, have a good little rendezvous, 3 hours, 5 hours, send him on his way and let his pick-me, his wife that is wanting to fight all the women because her man keep cheating on her. Girl, let him, sir, she can go with you. She can go with you. I'm just saying, let's create a system that y'all already acting in that, but y'all want to continue to use it as an opportunity to sell tickets to relationship shit when you know good and damn well y'all would love to function in the way that I'm saying. Y'all just ain't gonna make no money because it would be normalized and nobody would be in dysfunction. But y'all doing it and y'all making a bunch of money on telling women and other people that you should be in a relationship knowing good and goddamn well y'all want to live in the world that I'm talking about creating.
Well, damn.
Well, Byron, let me just say this, man. I don't know if you guys are getting ready to end, but again, I want people to pay very close attention to the words that come out of our mouth. And I still hear trauma. Let me tell you what I hear. I've had a couple of failed relationships. I hear that I did not feel like I was loved the way I needed to be loved, that I was cheated on. And so instead of me having hope that it's possible, I'm going to take my experiences as a reality and I'm going to create a rhetoric. I'm going to accept it because what we have a tendency to do is when we don't get what we want, we stop expecting it. And we start saying, you know what? Just men are incapable of doing this. All men want to cheat. All men want to this. So you know what? Men, you just quit cheating. And I'm going to close my heart off and I'm going to go over here with women and I'm going to gather all of the women that have had this experience. And I'm going to tell them we need to get 10 or 15 men. And again, we can talk science, we can talk philosophy, we can talk biology, but I really want to talk therapy. I really want to talk emotional intelligence because anybody watching this with any common sense, you really sit back, you can listen, you can sense the trauma that we all have experienced. I got my own trauma, but Priscilla, I'll just be honest, when I hear you speak, I don't get mad, I don't get triggered. I'm sitting there saying, you know what? I don't know this young lady. I don't know what she's experienced, but based upon her talking points, I would bet that she went through some things in some relationships. And instead of maintaining hope, she pivoted and went the opposite direction. And now she wants other people to go the direction she's going. And I'm going to gather all of these stats to make my talking point seem great. And I'm going to down men, but it's not healthy and it's not beneficial. And more importantly, it's not long lasting. Right? What are you going to do when you create this city of queen women with no men? I mean, how is that going to work? And I hear it. Y'all keep saying I'm throwing shade, but I think I'm not throwing shade. I'm really speaking from my heart and saying, listen, I've been there before. I've experienced enough trauma in my life where I felt like only this was possible because what I hoped for, I wouldn't get. I couldn't get it. So I'm not throwing shade. I'm not talking down on Priscilla. I'm just saying what I hear. When I hear people speak like this, I'm just listening to you. And I'm like, I hope different at some point. I hope whether you change or not, that's your choice. That's your decision. But whether it's a son, whether it's an uncle, whatever the case may be, I hope somebody shows you that men do have the capacity to love. I hope somebody shows you that men do have the capacity to care. Because this talking point and this rhetoric you have, it's just, it's just disingenuous. And it's, to me, to my personal opinion, and I'm done right here, my personal opinion is laced in past traumas that we haven't healed, that we metastasized. And so now we pivoted and went in a different direction. And I'm going to do what's called implicit bias. And so I'm going to look for something or confirmation bias. I'm going to look for stats to confirm what I already feel. And these are going to be my talking points. So confirmation bias is easy to do. It's easy for me to go and find a stat or something to make me feel better about what I already feel, to create a message, to create a theory. And so that's just my personal opinion. No problem. But I still hear trauma.
All right. All right, look. Congratulations.
Hey, where can I get that at, Priscilla?
Hold on. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Now check this out. Right?
Uh-oh.
Priscilla, I'm just gonna say the same thing that I done said 15 times. I'm gonna run it back. But I just hear trauma. Okay. I don't really know what else to say because you really tore my ass up on here tonight. But what I'm just gonna say is my default saying, shoot, I just feel a bunch of trauma. But listen, let me give you the definition of hope, Corey. A feeling, which is some emotional shit, okay? A feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. So what you want me to do is expect men who I have zero control over to perform in a way that'll make me happy. That is anti-love, because love, when you begin to love and operate at a high level, you begin to accept people for who they are. You begin to accept reality for what it is. I'm not feeling an expectation of men contrary to what I see that they're capable of, so I will let myself down. I'm sorry that y'all behave in a way that makes women lose hope in you, but you ain't the center of my life. And so y'all just don't want women to see you for who you actually are. You want women to operate on emotion towards you, because hope is emotion. And I'm sorry, sir, I ain't got none for you. I'm based on fact. And when you look at the science, when you look at the philosophies, and you look at the sociological infrastructures, it all points to y'all's violence, your ruthlessness, and the reason why you sat up here and gaslit and just been saying that I'm hurt when I give you all these facts. Because you know what? That's the only thing that y'all know how to do. Is every single one of y'all that I talk to, y'all claim the same thing. And if you think that I care about what you think, it's because you think that women care about men's validation. No, we're going to talk to women because we all live in different worlds, right? So I would not come to you for quote unquote therapy, because you know what? You don't have the ability to be objective. Your point of view of therapy is based on telling women what they need to hear in order to make them accessible, or men to have for men to be have accessibility to them. So you're not actually out here helping women. You're looking for loopholes to try to blame women and try to make women think that something's wrong with them, which is typically what men do in relationships, out of relationships, online, the whole 9 yards. So one thing that I would tell the ladies who happen to see this, do not get a male therapist. If you're going to get any kind of therapy, don't go to a male. Don't go to nobody's church and ask the pastor. Get you a woman and get one that ain't male centered so that they can see what's really happening and not what they want you to see about yourself. Do not listen to men because they ain't never gonna tell you nothing that's for your benefit.
Well, again, you know, that was great, Priscilla. I appreciate that, but nothing changes, right? Nothing changes from anything that I said tonight, right? At the end of the day, I never said it was women's fault. What I said is we all need therapy. We all need to deal with our issues. We all have childhood traumas. And again, you know, I understand your talking points, and that's the stage and the platform that you've built. I just disagree. And you may not want to hope. It's all good. You don't have to hope. And I appreciate that. And I respect that. You've made your decision that you're not moving on hope. But what I will say is those are the men that you experience. That's not every man. Those are the men that you encounter with. That's not
including
every man.
you, because I just encountered you. So yeah, you in that too.
Well, you know, the thing about it is when you encounter a man, but you've already got an idea how he's moving, and you're trying to interpret how I'm moving and what I'm saying and what I'm thinking, you have no idea. All right. You're just already projecting because that's what you do. This is not the first time I've been around you. So I just decided tonight not to choose violence, but just to give you and tell you what I hear. And that's just what I hear. Every man is not bad. Listen, again, I'll just say it like this. Every man is not bad. I understand that's been your experience. And I'll still say this, even though you reject it. My hope is that you have an experience one day with a man that would demystify this thought process that men are incapable of love. That's all.
That's all right.
And Priscilla,
I got a woman. It's cool. I got a woman. It's cool. I'm good. I don't need no man. Thank you.
We know what you like. We know what you like. We know that.
I'm good. Been a good sport.
Yeah.
No, that was good. Yeah, listen, get the 41 Shades of Men, The Pursuit to Subdue and Use You. You can check that out on Amazon, or you can get it at PrincellaTheQueenmaker.com, you know. And if y'all want to come check out this book signing, go and check out this book signing that I got at Katie Mills Mall out here in Houston, Texas. All right.
That's on Black Friday.
Black Friday, that's right.
Black
Tomorrow.
Friday. 41 Shades of.
All right, y'all. All right. I'm burnt out. I was gonna go to sleep, but I can't. I still gotta work. I don't have the luxury to really kind of go to sleep. But listen, we'll be back later on. We're gonna do another Thanksgiving stream. That's my 5 hours and 30 minutes. Hopefully you guys learned something. Hopefully you guys soaked up some game. Gave to you straight lace, no chase on today's show. You know? But yeah, man, I gotta actually do some work. All right. So listen, it's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys enjoy y'all night. It is officially Thanksgiving. Eat some turkey for your boy. And yeah, man, support the show on air, off air, if you care. It's Player Talk Radio. We out. Peace.
DL, me did bake some cookie, you know. Don't eat it. Me supposed to carry it to work tomorrow. Them a keep something at work and me bake some cookie for everybody. So if you see one jar of cookie in the kitchen, don't touch it. Yeah, because a couple cookie me did have in night. Me did have about 40 pieces of cookie in night. And me supposed to carry all of them to work. And me count them. Now if you take 2, that's not bad. But please make sure say you don't eat up the cookie when me supposed to carry to work. As a matter of fact, take it up for me and put it down in my bag, side of the door for me carry it to work tomorrow morning so me no left it. Yeah, so just pack it up and put it down. Me tired, me couldn't bother to move it. I hope you not feel entitled to the cookie them. So tomorrow morning, when I wake up, I'm supposed to see me 40 cookie them ready for carry go work.
Hi, excuse me, sir. Do you have $20 to spare? I really need it. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Thanks.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
I do got 20.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Well, actually, here you go.
what you mean?
I was doing an experiment to see if you were really going to give me the $20 out of the kindness of your heart, but I said whoever's going to give it to me, I'm going to suck your dick. Let me suck your dick. Baby, are you okay?
This was my last $20.
Oh, are you okay, baby?
You don't even understand. I really needed my dick sucked.
Oh, yes. Let me suck that dick, baby. Come here. Come here, daddy. Come here.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work. Then it's the person that picks themselves up and says nothing is going to stop me. The best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. Nothing will ever stop me.
All right, let me clear the dough. Zero. Zero, right? 4 dudes talk to your girl per day, right? Yep. It's 7 days a week. Multiply that by 7. 28 dudes talk to your girl in a week. Multiply that by 4, it's 4 weeks in a month. 112 dudes talk to your girl within a month. Multiply that by 12. 1,344 dudes try to talk to your girl in 1 year. No girl is turning down 1,344 niggas. It's basic nigology.
Yo, what's going on? It's DJ Kuda. I'm doing some promos this week for a limited amount of time. If you want your beat videos and music to have a cool, professional, decent look like this one, while you're working on them and putting out multiple tracks, contact me to get this applause look. Just send me the track art and let me know how you want your font and soundbar, and let me handle the rest. Pricing starts at $10 for YouTube, $5 for YouTube Shorts, TikTok, and Instagram. $15 for the full package per video. I'm running a sale where you can do 3 videos for $20 and 5 shorts for $20. Don't miss out. Details will be up soon on my Gumroad store. For faster service, hit me on the Cash App with the details and let me know what services you need exactly. I'm now also running an ultimate $50 package where I will apply a quality broadcast ready master on your track and deliver it done post ready for all social medias and portrait modes like YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok, where you will receive 3 files from me, 2 social media files, movie mode and portrait mode, and a master wave of your song. All you need to do is send me the song, wave or MP3 only, and your track art, the name of your track spelled correctly, and what font or soundbar you'd like, and I'll take it from there. And if you don't understand, replay this commercial. It's Kuda. Peace.
We started this video in Trinidad and Tobago. Pimp never made the flight.
And Pimp like, I'm not going to Trinidad, shoot a guy video. He had just bought a new car. He had a new lady friend at the time. He felt he didn't want to leave the situation to go do the video. The lady friend is actually one of the people that's supposed to be in the video. So they looking for him, they looking for her. I'm the only one know they together. So they never get him on the plane. They end up doing a reshoot. It's like, well, where is he? Like, he's in Miami. All right, well, let's go to Miami. You see him, the Benz, and the girl. That's how he showed up. They get dressed, they come out with mink coats. Literally, we on the beach in Miami. It's about 90 degrees outside. Jay-Z's like, you hot out here. Pimp looked at him and said, man, TV ain't got no temperature, and walked off. And Jay-Z looked at me and was like, your brother's a star. That's the only way they ever spoke about Pimp.
He was going to be who he was going to be in the moment, and he knew
Regardless.
this was a big
I
moment,
know that.
so he wanted to come in a big way.
Damn, Kuda. Damn, Kuda. Damn, Kuda. Damn, Kuda.
Looks like that's the end of the video. If you learned something new, be sure to hit that like button. Yeah. Make sure you subscribe to Ink Ribbon.